National Dance Factory, National Dance Ensembles, from backing of musicians to back Slim Basta. We back a couple of musicians, and from there then we jump into music.
We have performed with a big art. Casey and Jojo, we performed with Casey and Jojo in London, we performed in Wembley before. Those times there's no social media, we were there, we have done a lot. Our legacy, we want to end it well. You understand me? We want to end it well. Just take your beef somewhere else.
We told Mr. Drew this song is gonna hit. We even told him, listen, Mr. Drew, take the song. Let the song own it.
I'm here to show solidarity to the truth and accountability. I'm here to show solidarity to the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, a very honest, very sincere politician who has been holding this government to account. I'm here because I believe that in all sincerity, we need to expose the bad elements in our society. That when you see an individual clearly engaged in a case of dual identity or multiple identity for whatever fraudulent reasons, and the issues are being exposed, you are seeking to gag the person. And I'm sure you saw the response from the lawyers of Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, the supposed contempt issue that they even raised against him. The gentleman that pretended or brought the so-called documents of the court is not even a bailiff of the court. And so we are here because we think that the truth must be protected. Nobody, no country should allow the state to use the judiciary to intimidate and gag people who are speaking against corruption, who are defending the truth, and that is why we are here. If Kusi Boateng or Kwabena Edu Jemfi or whichever name he prefers to be called can clearly have double TIN numbers, have two different dates of birth, two different mothers, two different names, depending on wherever he is going, he decides which name to use. And you have a member of parliament bringing this out, then you have the state using the judiciary trying to gag him. We must be here to defend it. It is shameless, and I'm calling on all pastors that they should not allow a few pastors to spoil the image of Christendom, because some of us are devout Christians, and this is not what pastors are taught to be doing. We are angry. We are so angry, and we will make sure that we stop at nothing to get the truth out. Very shameful. We are here to support our brother, the MP for North Tongue.
Now, Susu sang quite dear one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
It is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, I mean the party in government, after your 8 years, you pick somebody who is also part of the government, then you are not likely to succeed.
For a lot of election watchers and persons interested in local politics in Ghana, their eyes will be firmly glued to the two leading political parties in the country. I'm referring to the National Democratic Congress and the New Patriotic Party. This conversation is about one of those persons who are eyeing a high office in the incumbent MPP. My name is Atsu. Welcome to Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest is a former member of parliament for Mampo in the Ashanti region, and he's had a lot of spells in engineering. Honorable, please welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing us into your space. Yeah. So Francis Adenimo is one of the people who are eyeing the seat of flag bearer of the NPP. Honorable, how have things been? It's been some 2 weeks now since you announced your bid to run.
Well, just a little over a week ago.
Okay.
Last week, Wednesday, the 1st of February.
Okay.
When I held a press conference to communicate to the press and through the press to the good people of Ghana and the world at large, announcing my intention to seek the leadership nomination of the New Patriotic Party.
All right, just for the benefit of our viewers, I want to know who exactly is Francis Adenimo.
For Adenimo is basically born in 1965 and yet to be 58 years from Asante Mampong, where both parents of mine come from. I had my secondary education at Navrungo Secondary, now Navrungo Senior High School for 5 years for my O-level. And from there, I pursued my advanced level education, A-level. I don't know whether you went through that education system.
Not at all.
I'm sure you probably went through JHS and SHS.
I did.
So, because of the educational reforms, and I went for A-level for 2 years at Kumasi High School.
Okay.
And then from there to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, where I pursued a first degree in civil engineering. And then I've been a member of the Ghana Institution of Engineers or Engineering. I'm a corporate member. In terms of education too, I hold my executive master's degree in public administration. I've also acquired knowledge and skills training from some international institutions, including international procurement knowledge from International Law Institute in Washington, project and programs management from REPA in the United Kingdom, road asset management from Swedish International Development Agency in Sweden. I've had the opportunity to be trained in emulsified bitumen, which is used for roadworks, for production, for application of that as a road construction material. And so, in terms of working life, I've worked in both construction, road construction industry, and then road consulting firms. And then I've also worked with the Ministry of Roads and Highways before as a civil servant. So it was at the Ministry of Roads and Highways as a civil servant. Then I resigned in the year 2008 to contest for the first time to be a member of parliament for Mampong constituency. So I won the primaries in May 2008 and went on to win the general elections of 2008 and entered parliament on the 7th of January 2009. So for 2 terms, I served the good people of Mampong. Then 2014, I made my first attempt to seek the leadership nomination of the New Patriotic Party. Out of 7 contestants, I came in 3rd in that contest. And then after that, we supported our candidate, then now sitting president, Nana Akufo-Addo, and the party won in the 2016 elections.
It appears you've done nearly everything, your political life and all of that. Now let's just come down to the main crux of the issues. Now you want back in the race. Why now?
Well, this is an ambition that was based on my personal conviction And my first attempt was in 2014. And you know, in life, you make progress. And that ambition has not been truncated. So if the opportunity has come for 2023, the new patriotic party will search or look or elect a new person to lead the party for 2024 elections. Once I have not truncated my ambition, I need to put myself forward.
You believe it's the right time?
Well, the timing cannot be more than now. In any case, in 2014, I was 49 years when I made my first attempt.
Okay.
And in interacting with the rank and file of the party in 2014, they saw the potential in me, and some encouraged me that even in 2014, if I was not successful, I should consider that in the future, I will still have the opportunity to lead the party. So we move on.
Okay.
It's not a step by step. And so if this year, which will be a competitive elections to be run by the party, and let me let you know that after 2014, the party has not held any competitive presidential primaries because the sitting president won, and then 2020 he had to run unopposed on the ticket of the party. So almost 8 to 9 years now, we are now going to have another competitive elections in the party.
It's interesting you mentioned that because as you are well aware, there are a number of faces, names that have come up who are also interested in this same position. How well do you see yourself in terms of performance?
Well, how well would I see myself in terms of performance when
because there are a lot of
2014,
big names, actually.
Big names do not win elections. Elections are won by your character, by your good self, endearing yourself to the electorate, articulating your vision, and they having the acceptability for you that you could be and you are able, qualified to be their leader. Not necessarily any name as such. And so, similarly, in 2014, when the 7 contestants that I was one of them, I was seen to be the underdog. I was seen to be somebody unknown in the political environment of our country. The other 6 contestants had all worked under J. Kufuor's administration, either as ministers of state or deputy ministers of state. And Adenimo had not been in that position before. But when we went through that process in 2014, I came in 3rd, which was an enviable position that I secured for myself. And that shows the potential that the MPP delegate found in me and then encouraged me to make progress with this ambition. So currently, we are all expressing interest to seek the leadership nomination. The race itself has not begun.
Sure.
It will officially begin when the party opens nomination. And then one is able to pick the nomination form, complete it with all the supporting documents as it may be required by the party, together with the prescribed filing fee. Once you submit all these things, then you are in the race. And so for now, I'm sure you are also hearing names that may contest. But it could surprise you that at the opening of nomination, some of the names that you may have in mind may decline not to contest. Because conditions, every day, conditions are changing. Now I am championing the cause of a new phase for the party. Why do I say so? Since 1993, it has been an 8-year cycle between MPP and NDC. NDC had their first 8 years under Jerry Rawlings as their leader and president of the republic. In the year 2000, we had Professor Mills as a sitting vice president. He became the candidate for NDC, the presidential candidate. But he could not bring the 8 because he was part of the government. He was in the government as a sitting vice president. So he couldn't break the 8. Then in 2008, under J. Kufuor-led administration of MPP government, the current president, Nana-Addo, was a minister in J. Kufuor's administration. He also became the candidate, the presidential candidate for the MPP in 2008. He was part of J. Kufuor's administration at that time. He also could not break the 8. Then 2016, which is the latest one, he had Mr. John Dramani Mahama as a sitting president with NDC 8 years. His effort to break the 8, he couldn't make it.
So you're drawing all of these on a pattern?
Yes, of course, and that is clear. And it is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, I mean the party in government, after your 8 years, you pick somebody who is also part of the government, then you are not likely to succeed.
But be that as it may, the MPP seems like a very unpopular party right now. Well, don't you agree?
No, I do not agree with you. Maybe some people may be disgruntled. Some may be unhappy. Okay? The appeal may have declined, but it doesn't mean that it is unpopular. Okay?
You don't agree it's unpopular?
No, the party is made up of individuals. We are all party members. I'm a party member.
Okay.
And so our base as a party still remains. And usually it is what we call the undecided voters or the floating voters that we want to appeal to, because by your own base, you may not be able to secure the 50% plus one to win the general elections. Then you need to stretch your hands and appeal to the undecided voters or the floating voters. And so, if one wants to make a claim that the party is unpopular, you may be dissatisfied with the character and behavior or performance of 1 or 2 or 3 people in government. But to make a general conclusion that the party is unpopular, I beg to disagree. Because it shouldn't be all the people in the party. It shouldn't be all party members whom that you or other people may be dissatisfied with. And that is why I say that it is not appropriate to describe that the party is unpopular. Maybe the behavior, the character, the performance of some personalities in the party at the moment may not be satisfactory.
Let's have a scorecard. Let's mark the MPP on a scale of 1 to 10. Where would you put the party?
In terms of what? If you want to score, you must have your criteria.
We can start from the economy. On the economy, score the MPP.
Well, I mean, it will not be prudent on my part to give a score from 0 to 10. Honestly, it will not be appropriate.
Maybe let's move away from the economy. How about on the delivery of promises?
But of course, we are experiencing difficult times in the economy. I agree. We are experiencing difficult times because of the level of indebtedness that we have, both external and domestic. And government is taking the steps to see how the economy can improve by the microeconomic indicators in terms of interest rate, inflation, the exchange rate, how we can achieve stability on all these microeconomic indicators so that the happiness of citizens can be fully restored. Yes, we are experiencing these challenges. Now, government is dealing with the debt exchange program. We're talking about some haircuts here and there, you know. So all this approach is intended to restore the confidence back into the economy and to stabilize the economy with all these indicators. And it is possible that it will take a year or a little over a year to see some signs of recovery. Okay, to see some signs of recovery. And I also believe that once government also prudently looks at the expenditure side of the budget equation, and then be able to cut down on some expenditures that may not be necessary for government, it will also help to cushion the liquidity of the country for our ability to service our debt and still have sufficient funds for our investment project.
Let me hold you right there. When we return, I would take the conversation right from here. We are speaking to Honorable Francis Adenimo. We're still here with Honorable Francis Adenimo, who is seeking the nod of delegates of the NPP to become their flag bearer. Honorable, before we took those messages, you were actually talking about cutting down on expenditure, unnecessary expenditure. There's also the issue of the DDEP and all of that. What do you say about what's happening now? The government asking people to more or less enjoy all these haircuts and things like that, yet itself, as a government, is not taking a lot of the forefront doing these fairs. What do you say about that?
Eche, there's a problem. And the problem is that our debt is not sustainable. We are using about 70% of our domestic revenue to service our debt. So how much is remaining to pay for compensation? How much is remaining to pay for other government services and statutory payments? Then how much will remain for you to undertake investment projects in terms of infrastructure, roads, schools, hospitals, and then even the ability to feed yourself. So currently we have a problem. I do not want us to focus our attention on what I will put in quote, Nahu Kosam. At this stage, where there's a problem, you look for a solution to the problem. Then when the solution is secured or is found, then we can come back home and ask ourselves, who is the causative agent or who caused that? And then once we identify who caused that, then we can say that we are prescribing this punishment for you. We have a debt on our neck. Our economy is in distress. It's in crisis. We are seeking $3 billion loan, concessionary loan from IMF. The IMF money is not going to be free. Because we are a member country of IMF, that is why we are getting it at that low interest rate. But it is repayable. But the IMF also wants to make sure that by extending that credit facility to Ghana, we have the ability to pay it back at the appropriate time. So they are saying that, look at the level of your debt. Do something about it. Let's see how the program you have to contain your debt, sustain it, be servicing it, whilst you take on board to our money, and still you'll be able to service that money at the appropriate time when it is due. The best thing in my view to do is to engage citizens. And I'll give, for the benefit of viewers and listeners, an incident, a situation that happened in Germany. At that time, we had West Germany and East Germany. When the Berlin Wall was broken and the unification came, West Germany was more developed than East Germany. So there was this differential. Then the chancellor at that time came up and said, look, those from the West, the East guys are our brothers and sisters. We need to help to develop the East as well. So let every individual make a contribution for the development of the East German portion of the entire unified Germany. And by the engagement, the citizens of West Germany accepted that we are now one country. Let us help one another. And they all made contributions to support the work of the government. And today, if you go to Germany, the east portion or east side of Germany even has modern infrastructure more than the west part of Germany as at that time today. To relate it to our country, we have a problem. Let's look for the solution. What I will admonish the Akufo-Addo-led government is that they should engage people. They should put the figures down. I know pensioners who have invested their pensions in bonds are so dissatisfied and they said they will not participate in the debt exchange program. Because some say, you won't pay me until 10 years. Even my coupon that should be paid maybe twice a year, you are also going to reduce the rate for me. And my principal will be in 10 years. By 10 years, will I be alive or not? These are genuine concerns that they have all expressed. But granted, we also have a problem. So the admonishment goes to government for government to put the figures down. This is the total number of pensioners who have invested their pensions in bonds. The total number is this. The quantum of their investment is so much. If we have to pay this, pay that, we are unable. The spreadsheet will indicate. And then the government can decide, let us perform some iteration. We vary this, we vary that, we vary that. Whilst you, government, you are doing that, check your expenditure side. Maybe the president can decide to issue a directive that henceforth, apart from the president, maybe the chief of staff and the executive secretary to the president, the speaker of parliament and the clerk of parliament, and then the chief justice and the judicial secretary and the vice president and his secretary, no government official should travel outside the country on board business class. Everybody traveling as a public official on government business, we should travel economy. No, that directive can be issued. If you're a minister of state and you are going outside the country on government business, why can't you also sit in economic class in the airplane? You know, it will also be it's part of cutting down the government expenditure. Maybe expenses on fuel. We should need to look at expenses on fuel. Can we reduce so that you encourage all public officials or appointees, government appointees, to use saloon cars whilst they are in what? In the capital city of Ghana and working. If they have to trek to other parts of the country, then they can have access to their cross-country vehicles, the V8, and then travel.
It's very clear.
These things are things that administratively, it can be done.
Sure.
It can be done.
But these are things you can do.
Sure, absolutely.
Now
and
it's
they are
clear.
part of the things that I have in my mind. That is why last week when I announced my intention and within my speech, one of the areas I said was how we would improve on our public service delivery. And therefore, we will not go into the usual business of incremental budgeting. Now is the time for us to do budgeting from first principles. If a state institution, you have computers, laptops, or office equipment, or office furniture, and they are just a year, 2 years, 3 years, and they are still in good use, why would you want to continue to purchase those items again in the ensuing year? Because you have budgeted for those things. No. So we have to look at budgeting from first principles. And once we do all these things, administrative expenses can be lowered. Then it comes to public procurement. procurement of contracts, especially the large value contracts, where you have to allow for competition. Because where there is competition, then you can be sure that you achieve quality and achieve value for money. Because all players in the game, everybody is now going to the drawing board to be very competitive in pricing, in all the proposals, the technical and the financial proposals that they will submit for the job that they have been asked to tender for.
Let me allow you to also get us into your bigger picture of what you want to do for the country. You've already painted a very gloomy situation of what it looks like now. What exactly is the message you'll be selling to Ghanaians?
Okay.
And then we can look at how much of the campaign is going on.
Actually, in my speech of last week, 1st February, which I will share copies with you, I outlined 7-point policy development program for our country under my watch. My team, my good self, we have studied the situation and have developed the 7-point. There is an 8th point, but that one is reserved until I secure the North, and then once we are into the competition, the campaign competition with our competitors next year, then I will share that 8th point.
So the 8 is the game changer.
Yeah, that is
that what
going
is
to
tied to the breaking the 8?
Well, the breaking the 8 has 3 basic conditions that need to be satisfied. The unity within the party itself must be strengthened so that we maximize our efforts. Then the government performance is also key, to help the party to break the 8. And then the 3rd condition is the face who will lead the party to be able to break the 8. But on my 7-point policy development plan, the first one is on agriculture. And as a country, we should be able to feed ourselves. We should be able to provide our carbohydrate needs, our protein needs, and then our minerals and vitamin needs as a nation. And all these we can do. For carbohydrate, we know is the cereals, maize, millet, rice, name the rest of the cereals. We also know the protein, livestock, poultry, fish. We should be able to do all this to be able to feed ourselves. Then vegetables and fruits. So the policy is that no Ghanaian should go to bed, go to school, go to work hungry.
We can do that on our own.
To achieve that, yes, we must look at agriculture and food sufficiency and security. So that is the first point. The second point, having eaten and you are satisfied as a human being, you are concerned with your education and your health. So the 2, the 2nd and the 3rd can be education and health, or health and education, because they are all social sectors of our economy. You need to develop, you need to go to school, and in terms of our education, technical, vocational, and skills training will be key under my watch.
I'm tempted to just ask a follow-up question just on this. We know how many times politicians have invested in education and health in particular, but it doesn't seem like the same politicians want to be part of that system. Their children don't school in the same schools. The politicians don't use those health facilities.
So we need to reverse it.
How do we do that?
If you come up with that policy, then you must believe in it. You must believe in it. And leadership is by example. Okay? So for now, we are pursuing free senior high school education, which in my opinion is very fantastic policy. So every child, right from kindergarten or nursery through kindergarten, through basic education, primary, JHS, you should end up at least at the senior high school level. And that is good. So it is for government to improve on the quality of the educational institutions so that all of us I should find my children, provided I have children who are still young to go to school. And in this particular case, I do not have. My kids have all completed and tertiary institutions.
Okay.
But everybody should be encouraged. Because if you are introducing a system and you cannot participate, then it means you don't believe in it. You must believe in it, participate in it, because it's leadership by example.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
We've been from National Dance Factory, National Dance Ensembles, from backing of musicians to back Slim Basta. We back a couple of musicians, and from there then we jump into music.
We have performed with a big art. Casey and Jojo, we perform with Casey and Jojo in London. We perform in Wembley before. Those times there's no social media. We were there. We have done a lot. Our legacy, we want to end it well. You understand me? We want to end it well. Just take your beef somewhere else.
We told Mr. Drew this song is gonna hit. We even told him, listen, Mr. Drew, take the song. Let the song own it.
The question again is coming from my left. It's very painful. Mr. Chairman, Ayawaso has been my Waterloo. It's something that in the performance of the duty of the state, an individual has been unjustifiably held liable for something that that individual knows nothing about. I have perused the 500-page report of the Ayawaso West Wuogon Commission, more than 500 pages. And my name was not mentioned anywhere in the report as having done anything. In fact, if you look at the findings, and I have a copy, an abridged version of the findings here. If you look at the findings of the report, Mr. Chairman, except for Chapter 3, Findings and Recommendations, bullet point 17. The Chairman, for the record, I want to read. In this regard, the Commission finds that these persons were deployed. These persons here means the SWAT team were deployed and commanded by a police officer named DSP Samuel Azugu under the authority of the Director of Operations of the National Security Secretariat. It continues to say that, and with the ultimate responsibility of the Minister of State for National Security. Honorable Chairman, I'm not too sure what the Minister of State for National Security is doing here in these findings, because there's no evidence was adduced in the committee to suggest that the Minister of State for the Ministry of National Security was in fact the authority under which the SWAT people, I'm talking about the functional organogram of the Ministry of National Security. There's no evidence to suggest so, that I was responsible for the SWAT team at the Ministry of National Security. So if a finding is made that the people were sent to Ayawaso under the command of a police officer, and the police officer was under the command of a director of operations, and the director of operations is under the command of the Minister of State of National Security, and the Minister of State of National Security is under the command of the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of National Security is under the command of the President, and so on and so forth. Where does it end? And why will they come and end it at my doorstep? Not being part of the operation, not being part of the command on that day, to come and place a finding that and the Minister of State must have ultimate responsibility. No evidence was given to that. Mr. Chairman, if you look at the recommendations that were made, it frightens me. Of course, the Commission did not recommend, notwithstanding the issue of facts that I have against it, they did not recommend my prosecution, because there was no facts to support that. But they place an individual liability on me. And the individual liability is born out of the fact that, Mr. Chairman, and I read, the Commission recommends that Mr. Brian Champon be reprimanded for his ultimate responsibility as minister in authorizing an operation of that character on a day of an election in a built-up area. Mr. Chairman, even in the unlikely event that I was a Minister of State and authorized that operation, what I am being asked to be reprimanded for is not a crime.
Honorable, my interest is not the speculation. Did you authorize that operation?
Mr. Chairman, I did not authorize that operation, and that is why it was easy for the white paper to say that they reject the recommendation because it is without basis. But I must add that the Ayawaso incident is a blot on our democracy. I pray that it doesn't happen again. I sympathize with those who are wounded on that day. Indeed, when I was there at the Ministry of National Security, I ensured that all those who were wounded were treated at the 37 military hospital, and all expenses of such were paid by the state that authorized the operation. Subsequent to that, Mr. Chairman, laws have been passed by this House, and today we no longer hear about vigilantism the way we used to hear about it in the past. It was unfortunate it happened. It should never have happened, but be that it may, it's past and gone. But where the liability is being placed is where I think it's misplaced.
On 6th February 2023. So as you can see, the barrier party is marching briskly with the mortal remains of our dear brother, and they will come and then place the mortal remains here. And after, the clergy will give us the prayer. May I also respectfully acknowledge the presence of the Turkish ambassador. So as you can see, the barrier party is marching briskly with the mortal remains of our dear brother, Christian Atsu. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Ghana's ambassador to Turkey. So the barrier party will march off. I respectfully invite the military clergy to give us a word of prayer.
Mr. Vice President, distinguished guests, let us continue this ceremony in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Amen. Let us pray.
Let us pray. Lord, hear our prayers and be merciful to your Son, the late Christian Atsu, whom you have called from this life. Welcome him into the company of your saints, in the kingdom of your light and peace. Father, God of all consolation, in your unending love and mercy for us, turn the darkness of death into the dawn of a new life. Show compassion to your people, especially the family of the late Christian Atsu and all Ghanaians in our sorrow. Be our refuge and our strength to lift us up from the darkness of this grief to the peace and light of your presence. And as always, we make our prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Let's go. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن والاه. اللهم ارزقنا في تيسير كل أسير فإن تيسير العسير إليك يسير ونسأل التيسير في الدنيا والآخرة. اللهم رب الناس أسر الباس الشفي وأنت الشافع لا شفاء إلا شفاءك شفاء لا يغادر سقما. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Dear Lord, we continue to pray for all sportsmen and women of our nation scattered in other parts of the world, especially our footballers. We commit them into your hands, and we ask that, Lord, as they lift up the flag of Ghana high in other disciplines of sports, you continue to protect and guide them. We pray, dear Lord, for all those who lost their lives in this calamity of earthquake. And we pray in the name of Christ Jesus that by your mercy forgive our iniquities of the world, that these calamities will stay away from us. We pray, O God, that you receive the soul of your Son, Christian Atsu, whom you have called to your eternity, in the name of the Father and of the Son and
So as you can see, the Bayan party will briskly march with the remains of our dear brother, with the clergy in front, to the heirs. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the body of our dear brother Christian Atsu has been put into the heads and it will move straight to its destination. We've come to the end of this brief event here at the VIP lounge of the Kotoka International Airport. Our dignitaries will take leave of us, and after we all follow. May the soul of our dear brother Christian Atsu rest in peace.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar Akofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
Anytime we are on stage with Slim Basta, we are like my brother will take the CD to the DJ to make that, like, to do the selection for the performance. So he will put our song at the end of Slim Basta's performance, which Slim Basta is not aware. So after we finish backing him, he leave the stage for us to do the last dance. So after he leave the stage,
they play
then they will put our song.
You're welcome to another edition of Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. Today I have some very important dignitaries here when it comes to the music industry. They've got all the experience, they've seen it all, and today we're going to go 360. Life, career, everything. So do stick and stay. It's Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. You're welcome back. It's Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. Today, I've been joined by FBS, Ghanaian music group. They've been there since Oldman Boogie days, Kill Somebody, featuring Guru. You have one with Appeatus, I forgot the title.
Buy one, get
one. You pay as you go, as heads upon heads, and even now you have a new one with Mr. Jujo, which is a big one, and I know you have an EP too. You made mention in our last interview. Great. But FBM Music, with those who have been following you 10 times, you used to be a 3-member group. Someone will say, where's your 3rd member?
You know how it is when you're growing, when the going gets tough. That's the English, right? You know, we leave Ghana to stay in the UK for some time, and we got married. People, like, things start changing. He got married to somebody who doesn't have Ghanaian culture, so she's like, you know, you don't have to come. So we have to be coming down. And you know, with music, your presence is really needed. You get it? So going to studio, you're not there. So for about 10 to 12 years now, that we've been doing solo stuff. So automatically, they become the two of us. But we are so cool. We talk every day. We are cool.
So absolutely no bad blood.
No.
Great.
No beef. Nothing.
As we're talking now, it's in London.
It's in London. Yeah, it's okay.
Great. So live having to go on a break for some time. Did you regret, or it was just a decision you had to take a break to focus on family?
FBS never had a break. You see, one thing about music is we don't, as a musician, you need to know your target audience. At a particular time, you might sing a song that might be hitting here, and maybe for some period of time, then it's changed to another country. If you're an artist that you are really, really observant, like you move, you know how to, because that is your job. You understand? When we stop doing music for Ghana, we're doing music for our local people, for our language, because we've been traveling from all the local areas, from the northern part of Togo to all those places, to Ivory Coast, to Liberia, and all those places, still doing music. But it's just like we've not released a major song for Ghana. You understand? But we've been doing songs. We've had a lot of songs going on, and it's been amazing for all those time. You understand? So FBS have not gone to break, but it's like just diverted the attention to another crowd.
So according to Najo, you did not take a long break. It was just that you're not doing music for Ghanaian audience.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So the music, away from music, you spend some of your time abroad. Coming back to Ghana, everybody says, oh, the system and all that. How did you settle in?
You see, when we came back to Ghana, we realized one thing. We realized things have changed, but certain things we started way back is still there. It's like we see ahead of time.
Okay.
When we say see ahead of time, like this TikTok dance that is raining now, in our years, we started those things. We bring music with dance, and then we make sure every music that we do, it has its own movement. So we get it so easy on that side because already it's like we know the system or the global
that
world.
Has been our trend.
Yes.
Exactly.
So we didn't get it so difficult too much on our side. Do you understand me? Like with a Mr. Drew like this, when we release, it just go viral like that because already it's something that we already doing.
Great.
You understand me? So, and we are even happy. Likes of Mr. Drew Dems and those guys are following the trend and stuff. So we jumping in. I didn't see it so.
It's anything new.
No.
Okay, great. So now I know you brothers. One would say, how did you come together? Did you come together because of the dance, or you came together originally to do music?
We started from dancing. If you know so much, if you know the history of FBS, we've been from National Dance Factory, National Dance Ensembles, from backing of musicians to back Slim Buster. We back a couple of musicians, and from there then we jump into music. So we started from dancing, from Embassy Pleasure Double Do to name it.
We've been everywhere.
You know the Embassy Pleasure Double Do,
Do you know
right?
what is called Embassy Pleasure?
Then I was younger, so maybe.
Oh, she don't have
You are the new cheese.
It's a national dance competition for Ghana.
For Ghana.
Oh, okay.
Last time, sorry to say that there's a embassy called.
There's a cigar company that sponsored.
Called Embassy.
Oh, great.
So they were the sponsors for the program.
Sponsors for the dance and this thing. Yes. So we've been a dance champions for ages, and we do a lot of adverts like Tampico adverts, Fangigo adverts.
I think I remember an ad be like that.
Yes, those years.
Great.
Tampico. Sorry to do adverts for them.
No, but
we were part of the video.
Great,
some of the part of the TC, you see us in the mask and stuff.
All right. So you've made a name for yourself in music and in dance.
We started in dance. We started breaking barriers in dance. We travel a lot before we just switch in. We have the music in our blood already, so
it was not a big deal.
To switch is so easy.
So when you speak to artists who've been there, as we love to call them, the OGs, they talk about back in their days it was difficult. Music was not just how it has become so modernized in our time. You know, you have to book a studio, wait hours, days before it gets to your turn, recording. When you are done with the whole thing, you have to even market and get the music to the audience. Can you walk us through how was it like starting on the onset of your career?
Okay, our career has been tremendous. It has been superb because, you know, there is two things about life. You see, when the business you are doing becomes your hobby, even if it's difficult, you don't see the difficult part of it. Because FBS, we love dancing already. We used to dance for free, for fun. Because I feel like if I don't dance for a day, it's like I've lost something. And then so when we started doing music, And we feel like it's not even difficult because the dance we put in when we were dancers and the dance we put in when we were singing was limited. And when it comes to studio section, I did not see any stress going to the studio because we were privileged. Our first song was recorded in the studio of Slim Basta.
Okay.
You understand? Slim Basta was out with his friends, and then his engineer was there. It's called Uncle Otu, what's his name? Uncle Otu was like something. He was an old man who was Slim Basta's engineer. So we were like, Uncle Otu, do you know that we can sing? He said, oh, we say, we've even written some songs. He said, and then we an old man now. So Slim Basta was not aware, so we started doing something. So he was like, okay, he played this beat. We have to sing what we want with our mouth, and he was like, okay, this is a good thing, so let me play. So he played the beat. After that, we sang the first Oldman Boogie. It wasn't the one you are hearing now. There's the one that we did the demo part of it. You understand? It was nice. So when he did it, we did the voicing and everything. He was not being able to mix it because Slim Basta came, so we have to stop it. After 3 days, we asked him, Charlie, just give us a copy like that. It was like, the moment train I'm in your time, I'm in mix it, and you know, give it to us. So what we did is when he gave us that song, anytime we are on stage with Slim Basta, like my brother will take the CD to the DJ to make that, like to do the selection for the performance. So he will put our song at the end of Slim Basta's performance, which Slim Basta is not aware. So after we finish backing him, he leave the stage for us to do the last dance. So after he leave the stage,
they play
then they will put our song. He being in his dressing room listening to it, he didn't know it's our song. And they will dance with it, and the crowd love it. So we were unlucky, we were at Attack Radio or somewhere. He didn't go to his dressing room, he was like around his car, and then they put the song, and then the crowd was like, boom. So when we were coming out of the stage, the crowd followed us to him. And you know what they told him? They were like, yo, Slim Basta, you better power chop and janyum no. Now concentrating on Kwalawe because and you know almost at the end, no. A very your future Obeneska.
Wow.
Some man just prophesied to him straight. And not knowing that thing he didn't feel okay because imagine we are his pillar at that time. We are the one that making him Slim Basta, and so you're telling him to retire and concentrate on us. That was like a big blow. So he was like, so
when did you guys do this?
He didn't ask us that day. He didn't even talk to us.
Oh.
We were like, we are dead. We see him like our father. See, we as Livata, we click so much. He was watching us. He didn't give us food. We were like, hey, it's bad. So we just still have to, mingle with it. So for some time, we realized that the communication is that the relationship is no longer that strong. So we have to leave and then start doing our thing because he wasn't concentrating any longer because he realized we betrayed him.
But would you call that a betrayal? You took an opportunity as you were narrating the story.
You see, as an artist, if like right now, I'm in Slim Basta's shoes, and I have a dancers like us, and then we are going for the goal, like you understand, and all of a sudden we are backing up. Charlie, it's a big blow for him.
I get it.
Because me and my brother, we are very loyal when we are with you. When we're with Slim Basta, we're not backing any other musician. Unlike the rest that come to join, they can go and do their own thing. But if you see us, you see Slim Basta. So he's proud. The whole thing becomes like a brand, the three of us. You get it? And then my brother does the TikTok thing because Slim Basta has featured TikTok on couple of his songs. So if TikTok is not there, my brother will do the rapid service that kind of thing. So the vibe was there. You get it? So he was so comfortable with it, and all of a sudden, we feel like we can do more than dancing, and so that's what's really bring the breakup between we and Slim Basta. And after that, it was so good. And then Bulare started giving us programs. They were calling us Talibans. When we go to show, we used to tie our hair with some white scarves. So from one place to another, and things start getting better. And Bulare was like, yo guys, this your Oldman Boogie is really, really getting famous now, and people are loving it. But it's demo. So why don't you go see JQ? That time JQ too is getting the vibe. So it's like, why don't you go see JQ? We said, like, Charlie, we don't even have the money.
Charlie.
They said, go tell JQ that I'll pay. Record, I'll pay. When we got to JQ2, we don't know how to record. Like, it's a long story, see that. If I have to tell you all that.
We'll save it.
But it was good. JQ recorded us, and
it became the hit.
It became the hit. That's
Great.
it.
So in December last year, the big shows, you rocked there. I met you at Beam Concert. We had a very good interview. The dance was on point. I'm like, hey, this is where did they get the energy from? And you don't miss a beat. Like the formation, you turn. It was such a pleasure to watch you. In 2022, you released one of the hit songs, Joe, which featured Mr. Drew. One would say, why feature Mr. Drew? Do you see yourself in him? Because he also sings and dances. Like, how did you settle on that, and how did the collaboration come?
You see, Mr. Drew has been good. Like, Mr. Drew is good. Like, you understand, Ghanaians know. But we did not, like, discover him earlier. Like, this thing could have happened long ago. But we did not discover Mr. Drew earlier because we are not familiar with the industry any longer because we've been traveling in and out and stuff. But the first time I saw him, my brother wasn't there. I was the one that saw him at a lunch he was performing. I was like, yo,
this guy. This guy.
Like, yo, Ghana. So Ghana have started this, then that means Ghanaians still love that. Because I love everything about him. So I was like, yo, I called my brother there and I was like, yo, I've met that guy. So which I said, this guy is good. We need to work with this guy. We are about to retire, but with this guy, we have to do something. So I asked him, I said, yo, find his number, because he is fan of that. When I say find his number, he's going to
find, okay.
I say, find his number, call him, let him know we want to do something. So about a week, he found his number, he called him, he was like, yo, is it Mr. Drew? He said, yes, this is FBS. He said, who? FBS. Are you sure? He asked, he said, are you sure?
I could know how they feel because he also danced looking at you.
He's not even believing. Yeah, what?
Are you sure?
Then I hear him telling somebody, FBS is talking to me. Then I think somebody said, oh, he's lying.
He's lying.
Then I say, it's FBS. It's like, if it's FBS, let's meet her.
They say then come.
Then come, let me see you. I want to see you.
And we say, okay, send us your location.
He sent location, we see him.
Then. So then he agreed to the collaboration.
No, when we went to his place, not knowing, he also have an agenda for FBS. That he wished he could have met FBS.
Yeah.
Because I think he had a conversation with VGMA, because they said the last year's show, he murdered it. And people are like, okay, you've done whatever you want to do. People have seen it. So this year you're on it. What else will you do? So if they say, but if you want to do something, then you have to do something bigger than what FBS have done.
18 years ago.
So this is what FBS did 18 years ago.
No, let her know. We're holding the record on VGMA. 18 years ago, nobody have win
that show. Like we came with the chair and the umbrella at the same time. We're performing.
Are you getting it?
8 years ago, I was younger, so
on VGMA record, nobody have performed open act what we did before. For 18 years, the crown is on us. We are holding the title.
So they were like, okay, watch this and then do like that,
or
team up with them and do the same thing. And I was like, that would be a good thing if I team up with them. That would be a very good thing. So we came and said, like, yo, you want to work with me, fine, but let's put the work aside
and focus on the VGMA.
So what is it? I'm going to VGMA and I want to go with you.
Wow.
I said, really? Go just on what basis? Because before we were thinking, maybe we're going to dance with him on his song. He said, no, I'm doing your music on VGM. It was like, yo, really? He said, but it's going to be a surprise, just we and you. I didn't let VGMA know I've gotten you. So I just took the idea, but I didn't give them the assurance I'm doing it.
Wow.
You understand? So we surprised them.
And that was it.
That was it. So and then we told him, we said, like, listen, this is going to be big. Because honestly, Ghana didn't really have enough of us. So it's going to be, say, yes, he knows it's going to be big. It's okay, let's do it.
Right. I'm really interested in that story. But then we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the conversation with FBS continues. welcome back. You're still watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. I've been doing this with FBS, the music group. They dance, they sing, they do everything. You should see their performances if you have the opportunity to ever see them on stage. It's fireworks. They don't. I don't want to talk much, but let's continue the conversation. Before we went on that break, we were talking about your collaboration with Mr. Drew. Yeah. Currently in the music space, which other young artists would you love to work with?
That's a big question. Honestly, we would love to work with everybody. You see, there is something about FBS that up to now, for me, I'm not really comfortable. You see, because of the dance, it has covered our talent for music. Because people don't really pay attention and know what FBS can do musically. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. All they concentrate is on the dance. You understand? But they've forgotten that the dance comes with the music. You get it? But I think it's our time for Ghanaians to know that, okay, FBS can really sing. So when it comes to featuring somebody right now, you see, most of the artists feel like, oh, FBS, yeah, if it's not dancing music, I cannot feature. You understand? Yes. So people are feeling they can't work with us because they can't dance. It has to be a danceable song. No, but when you listen to our EP, it's only one danceable song in it. And trust me, we're good. We're very, very good. Me listening to the industry we are in now in Ghana, FBS is really, really, really good when it comes to music.
They don't know. They don't know.
Yes, because
write. They are not.
So you write all your songs.
Yeah, they don't know we are very good writers.
Great.
They don't know that.
We have never gone to the studio and recorded song, and let's say a song, and then go. We are just there. You play the beat and we finish it. That's it. That's how Joe was recorded. Instantly, the beat, the song, everything instantly. Like that's it. We don't go home and come back and say, oh, give me the beat, let me go listen. No. It's the raw talent and how the crowd receive you. As I said earlier, if you have the opportunity to see you perform, everybody jamming to it, from your songs even to the new ones that you have right now. I listened to an interview, a 2022 interview we had with Larry, and you made mention that back in the day, P Square came, asking that they wanted to be like you. Can you throw more light on that story?
That controversial interview.
Yeah, the controversial interview with Larry.
I made that.
Yeah,
it started on one of TV station like that, and then Larry too took it, and they're talking, and some of our fans or some of the Nigerians are not taking it lightly. So I choose not to be answering that question because some people who are not there, they will not believe you. They will not believe. And you hear them coming hard on you, thinking you are undermining or you are rating. So we choose not to answer because there's more to it than what I say. There's more. And
but you don't want to give us some gist.
When in our biography, in our record, we have performed with a big art. Casey and Jojo, we performed with Casey and Jojo in London. We performed in Wembley before. Those times there's no social media. We were there. We have done a lot. We are ambassador for peace, this Liberia, this we work with UN, these things. So if I talk about P Square used to, or they ask, and people are going gaga crazy. So I choose not to answer because, and I learned one guy said, they talk to P Square, they say they don't remember, they remember VIP.
Yeah,
and then it's okay, yeah, because
maybe in his narrative might be
no, but it was true. It was true.
They might remember
because at the time Oldman Boogie was hitting. VIP was representing FBS in Nigeria.
Oh, okay. So, you know how social media they can test things and all
and
that.
As I'm saying, in record, as we are talking about success, in record we don't have bad blood with anybody. We have our journey, 22 years in this journey, very nice, sweet. We don't want to do this social media thing like, who are you guys to say P Square, blah, blah, blah.
Right. Now talk about bees. Some people say that it's good for the industry. Currently, some people can stage, let's plan it. Let's just say we are fighting because maybe you have a project and all that. Do you think that beef is good for the industry?
For some people who are ready to eat beef. for us, for us, listen, our legacy, we want to end it well. You understand me? We want to end it well with good notice. We will not just take your beef somewhere else.
Now you look very young.
Yeah.
Earlier when we started this conversation, we were talking about the fact that when I was younger, I used to listen to you. But you're going to tell me that, oh, you're still young.
We were all younger at that time.
Najo, please. Oldman Boogie came not now. You even you made mention that VGMA 18 years or 19 years ago. What is your secret to looking good, young and all that? Apart from you defending that you are still young, which you are though, but then what do you do to look young and radiant?
You see, I realized one thing about life. The more you stress, the more you grow old.
Okay.
The more you consume yourself with unnecessary things. What is unnecessary? You feel like, oh, I'm not hitting, my song is not on time. You have to be on top of this. We can be in Ghana, VGMA, you won't see us there. You will not
see us anywhere.
We can go clubbing, yeah, and we see the artists, they're doing their celebrity lifestyle. We'll just be here. You won't even know FBSs. They're like, we had that free mind. You understand? We have that free mentality because I feel like if I have done it before, I owned it before, and you are having it today. It's just the time difference, but it does not really matter. I have it today, and you will have it tomorrow, and that's it. You understand? And we feel those are the secret of life. Like, just love yourself.
Yes.
Love the time you are in it. The little you have, manage it.
Don't let that life, celebrity life, you know.
I will tell you, we are very successful financially, but we have never posted anything that we owe.
Sorry to say, if I want to talk to a girl, I don't even want her to know I'm
FBS.
Oh, that's your secret. Let's pretend I don't know you are FBS.
I don't fancy that thing.
Having to use. Okay.
If I come to club FBS in there,
you'll have to keep it on the low.
Could you believe till the Joe song came, one of my tenants didn't know I'm FBS.
Me up to now, my area.
One of my tenants. I think about a week ago, he was like, "Boss," I was like, "Yeah, what is it?" He said, "Please, my sister says she wants to come and snap a picture with you." I said, "You are in this house for over 3 years now. Now you want to snap it?" Because I didn't know you are there. I was like,
okay.
So you see the way the whole thing is. That is life.
We don't.
You know.
That's what I'm saying. Like this beefing, this social
unnecessary stress.
You know,
drugs. You see, all these things lead you to drugs.
Exactly.
Because when your brain is too hot, you need something to cool it off.
Yeah, you want to do
so you are stressed, you take in drug, it cools you. You get stressed again, you take it. Then before you see, you're a drug addict.
Yeah, addicted to it.
And then, bro, you see yourself.
We've heard how drugs have destroyed a lot of celebrities and all that.
Drugs,
stay away.
Drugs, some is positive for them, but the time it becomes negative is when stress gets involved.
You have to be always on it.
Drugs are very, very
addictive.
very addictive. When they only want to get you at your weak time. At your happy time, you might think drugs is everything, but when you are weak, or when your career starts going down financially or mentally or married, like if you have an issue, then the drug will get you. You understand? And it will destroy you.
Thank you for that advice. I know the young folks who are going to chance on this interview will really appreciate it. Now here in Ghana, we've had some people, I would call them legendary entertainers, say, oh, here in Ghana, they don't really appreciate their legends until maybe, excuse me to say, when you are late, that's, oh, let's celebrate you. What would you say about that? Do you think that there's more that can be done, or Ghanaians, the thing that we say that we don't celebrate our own is false?
It goes in the two ways. Always I say this, when you don't make room for something, then there's no room for it.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? We have not created an industry for the old songs, for the past songs. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because even the new songs, the industry we create for the new songs is even limited. Trust me, we have named them the legends. Have you ever had a program that every year we do that, we line up old artists to come and perform? So if there's no performance going on, how do their legacy becomes relevant? You see, you have a lot of things in your head. Presenters have, you are doing your show for people to watch you, right? You want a current vibe. You want something that will sell you. So if you don't mention any old artist's name on your program, it's not your fault. But if an old artist wants to perform at a particular event and he made a mark, you would talk about it. Do you get what I'm saying?
So we should get a platform
There
where
should
we
be
line
an
up and
industry for the old arts. There should be something that is
Some
going on.
awards have to go in, not that
something
you will do
has
and
to
stop.
go on.
Somebody will take the idea and he will stop it
And
somewhere.
no, it has to be
some will take
continuation.
an idea and it will be selfish, not to call in somebody. No, we have to be a national something. Like, listen, yearly, this
there's a
award,
program.
this is it. It goes on, and we can remember you for doing this for Ghana. Ghana say thank you for this. When you do this, you know,
Then
but
it's
they are
because
waiting
like-
for you after maybe they have hit 10 years. Stoneboy have hit 10 years, then the young chap will come, then you compare him to Stoneboy. That's what Ghanaians are doing.
Yes.
So if you are doing that, so the legacy is gone. Do you understand me? I watch one person is saying, oh, right now the Black Sheriff is more than all the... Then they are making big arts, like Stoneboy, like
Can you
Shatta Wale.
imagine? And even
So all
I
this-
saw Blacko come
which
out
is-
to say he doesn't like that comparison
So
because
this thing-
sometimes
so-
the people that
Yeah.
are even comparing, they are not into that. But
You
then
see-
social media folks, for whatever
So
reason.
that-
But then before we wrap up, I know you have new things, the EP and all that. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just talk about currently what you are up to in 2023, the plans.
Yeah, we have put on our EP. I will not say yes. Let's say release in some way. It's on social or the digital platform. It's a five tracks in there, and we want Ghanaians to just pay attention to that EP a lot, and people who are looking for content, who want to write, who want to bash, who want to say anything about FBS, should go through the EP. The EP talks about now. Talk about
The
who
current
FBS are. FBS music, we are blessed with a lot of talent, which the dance is taking over it because we are very vibrant.
Yeah.
So when you have this opportunity, you don't talk about, how do you write? How do you compose? You're good. Because of the dance, you don't talk about it. So we want all Ghanaians, all the listeners or the people who are watching us now, to just go on digital platform and type FBS Takeover. That's the title of this thing.
EP.
And the rest, you can write it. Anything you want to write about it. If you want to insult us, if you are not good, you just tell us. So 2023, we give you a challenge.
Great.
Yeah.
Najo and D, it was a pleasure having you
Yes.
talk about music and relive all the good times.
Thank
Any
you.
final words before we wrap up?
Okay, I would say keep it calm. Love yourself more. Say less. You know, talking too much make you irrelevant because you end up saying nonsense. And then focus. Whatever it is you want to do, just stay by it. Focus towards it. Pray over it, and you succeed. And to our fans, Yanzango, to Munanguao.
Great. D.
I'll just. My last word is to the youth, every youth is a hero. Every youth, wherever you find yourself, just say to yourself, you are a hero. If I tell you how we started, you will not say, listen, me, in go school that. My school is just some class 1, class 2. I don't remember how many classes I sit in my life.
Yeah.
But trust me, I'm doing a lot in my life. So I'm just trying to send this message to the Zongo youth or all the youth in Ghana that, listen, keep it tight. I know it's not easy, you know. You might be on high something, but still now tell yourself you can make it.
Yeah.
Do you understand me? You can make it, you can see through. And look within you, inside you, you'll find your talent, you find what you can do the best.
Thank you very much, FBF Music. So bad that I couldn't, get to dance with because and all that. But I wish maybe we could play. You could play.
Yeah.
Can I play any of your songs? Which song do you love? We just wrap up with it. Joe.
Joe or Hala.
Hala.
Joe Hala, we take over.
Hala.
I swear that.
Hala is on a boom play. Go boom play.
Hala and take all of
Okay, then let's do Joe because let me just do Joe. Okay.
My baby.
Can we get some of the dance moves?
Baby, make I please. Baby, I want my knees. Oh, I can feel your pain. Let me take it away. On top your cake. And make I look your face.
If it's you that I want, baby, move to the dance floor. Baby, Joe.
Everybody get Joe. Everybody
Come on. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ABS.
Thank you.
I'm here to show solidarity to the truth and accountability. I'm here to show solidarity to the Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, a very honest, very sincere politician who has been holding this government to account. I'm here because I believe that in all sincerity, we need to expose the bad elements in our society. That when you see an individual clearly engaged in a case of dual identity or multiple identity for whatever fraudulent reasons, and the issues are being exposed, you are seeking to gag the person. And I'm sure you saw the response from the lawyers of Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, the supposed contempt issue that they even raised against him. The gentleman that pretended or brought the so-called documents of the court is not even a bailiff of the court. And so we are here because we think that the truth must be protected. Nobody, no country should allow the states to use the judiciary to intimidate and gag people who are speaking against corruption, who are defending the truth, and that is why we are here. If Kusi Boateng or Kwabena Edu Jemfi, or whichever name he prefers to be called, can clearly have double TIN numbers, have two different dates of birth, two different mothers, two different names, depending on wherever he is going, he decides which name to use. And you have a member of parliament bringing this out, then you have the state using the judiciary trying to gag him, who must be here to defend it. It is shameless, and I'm calling on all pastors that they should not allow a few pastors to spoil the image of Christendom, because some of us are devout Christians, and this is not what pastors are taught to be doing. We are angry, we are so angry, and we will make sure that we stop at nothing to get the truth out. Very shameful. We are here to support our brother, the MP for North Tongue.
The question again is coming from my left. It's very painful. Mr. Chairman, Ayawaso has been my Waterloo. It's something that in the performance of the duty of the state, an individual has been unjustifiably held liable for something that that individual knows nothing about. I have perused the 500-page report of the Ayawaso West Wuogon Commission, more than 500 pages. And my name was not mentioned anywhere in the report as having done anything. In fact, if you look at the findings, and I have a copy, an abridged version of the findings here. If you look at the findings of the report, Mr. Chairman, except for Chapter 3, Findings and Recommendations, bullet point 17. The Chairman, for the record, I want to read. In this regard, the Commission finds that these persons were deployed. These persons here means the SWAT team were deployed and commanded by a police officer named DSP Samuel Azugu under the authority of the Director of Operations of the National Security Secretariat. It continues to say that, and with the ultimate responsibility of the Minister of State for National Security. Honorable Chairman, I'm not too sure what the Minister of State for National Security is doing here in these findings, because there's no evidence was adduced in the committee to suggest that the Minister of State for the Ministry of National Security was in fact the authority under which the SWAT people, I'm talking about the functional organogram of the Ministry of National Security. There's no evidence to suggest so, that I was responsible for the SWAT team at the Ministry of National Security. So if a finding is made that the people were sent to Ayawaso under the command of a police officer, and the police officer was under the command of a director of operations, and the director of operations is under the command of the Minister of State of National Security, and the Minister of State of National Security is under the command of the Minister of National Security, and the Minister of National Security is under the command of the President, and so on and so forth. Where does it end? And why will they come and end it at my doorstep? Not being part of the operation, not being part of the command on that day, to come and place a finding that and the Minister of State must have ultimate responsibility. No evidence was given to that. Mr. Chairman, if you look at the recommendations that were made, it frightens me. Of course, the Commission did not recommend, notwithstanding the issue of facts that I have against it, they did not recommend my prosecution, because there was no facts to support that. But they place an individual liability on me. And the individual liability is born out of the fact that, Mr. Chairman, and I read, the Commission recommends that Mr. Brian Champon be reprimanded for his ultimate responsibility as minister in authorizing an operation of that character on a day of an election in a built-up area. Mr. Chairman, even in the unlikely event that I was a Minister of State and authorized that operation, what I am being asked to be reprimanded for is not a crime.
Honorable, my interest is not the speculation. Did you authorize that operation?
Mr. Chairman, I did not authorize that operation, and that is why it was easy for the white paper to say that they reject the recommendation because it is without basis. But I must add that the Ayawaso incident is a blot on our democracy. I pray that it doesn't happen again. I sympathize with those who are wounded on that day. Indeed, when I was there at the Ministry of National Security, I ensured that all those who were wounded were treated at the 37 military hospital, and all expenses of such were paid by the state that authorized the operation. Subsequent to that, Mr. Chairman, laws have been passed by this House, and today we no longer hear about vigilantism the way we used to hear about it in the past. It was unfortunate it happened. It should never have happened, but be that it may, it's past and gone. But where the liability is being placed is where I think is misplaced.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got send me sick for from Lemonade Finance. Brian Tedeshe and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
The chairman, I have a background in business, but one of the businesses that I've done in the past, a company called Into IT, have worked on a lot of IT projects with government. To chip in, my PhD focused on that because I was able to unearth that if you sharpen your vision, share it, you'll be able to achieve mutual understanding in the execution of government projects. My job, principally, is to ensure that the vision of government is sharpened, explained, the objectives so set, and I lead the team in the ministry, the same team, to achieve a different, much higher productivity. In fact, if you look at my background, I did a project at the Controller and Accountant General's Department. It was not possible to solve these ghost names problems. They had bedeviled this country for so many years. In the last 8 years, my software have removed about 60,000 people from the payroll. Before we started, Mr. Chairman, it looked impossible. But we studied the problem, we designed a solution, we implemented the solution with the same people at Accountant General, and we achieved the results. We have gone on to implement other software products in government and has achieved marvelously in Ghana and in the sub-region. So I have an experience with working with people and working with the public servants. And I believe that this same skill will lead me to achieve the set objectives of government in the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Yes, there are donor funds at the ministry. The ministry is executing several projects that are being funded by the European Union, the World Bank, and others. In fact, in the last couple of years, there have been some gaps in some funding that we received from the EU. We're going to work on all that to make sure that as things normalize around the world, we have a fair share to drive our great productivity in Ghana. And I'm sure that as we do that, there will be more opportunities for fertilizer and all the interest that private business people have in the country.
Special edition of the Minister's press briefing. You know, usually the Minister's press briefing accommodates ministers. Then we have the State of the Regions report that accommodates the regional ministers. And then the State of the Agencies report that has a number of chief executives and heads of regulatory bodies join us. I heard one of our colleagues asking that, hey, today Minister himself is here. I'm sure you've heard the expression, Obia on a master. My master is here, so I have to show up myself. This morning, as I am sure you are aware, the National Petroleum Authority, as advertised, is joining us on this platform to give us a brief, in fact, two major briefs on a number of subjects. One, there are a number of challenges that the authority is grappling with, and they are resolving these challenges in a very impressive manner. We think it's important that we share with the people of Ghana and stakeholders through you what these challenges are and how they are dealing with them. challenges like the integrity of the kind of products on the market, revenue mobilization challenges, etc. So we'll spend some time going through those challenges and how they are being addressed. Secondly, many of you have also been asking for some more, can I say, education on the Gold for Oil program. The MPA is one of the agencies that is strongly involved in that program. And so they will also be providing us a brief on that and how it is functioning. I want to very quickly acknowledge some of the officials of the MPA who are here with us. The Head of Quality Assurance, Kutia Said, Head of Economic Regulations, Abbas Tasunti, Head Policy Implementation, Annie Osabute, Director Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Mariel Kwe, Director HR and Administration, Kojo Jackson, Director Gas, Mrs. Ekuya Kwache, Director Policy Coordination, Madam Sheila Abeimo, Director Finance, Ayi Yakubu, Director Security and Intelligence, Haruna Kamal, Director Monitoring and Evaluation, Dr. Joseph Wilson, Director Licensing, Benjamin Ejare. I also make special mention of Deputy Chief Executive, Mrs. Linda Sante, who is here with us. Linda, this is your first time here. Welcome. You've been here before. Welcome. And then my brother from another mother, Deputy Chief Executive, Curtis Perry Okujeto, who is here this morning. We used to struggle here together. Today he's come for homecoming. And then Chief Executive Officer, my boss, the Honorable Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid, who will be addressing us. So what we'll do is I will take the briefs, and then, as we always do, we'll do a quick summary in a couple of the local languages, and then we'll take your questions and respond to them. So please join me to welcome to the podium Dr. Hamid. Doc.
Okay, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen of the media, since the Minister has made my work easier by acknowledging all my directors and heads of department and so on, I will take that out of the equation and then acknowledge Mr. Ali. Ali is Director at the Ministry of Energy, responsible for the downstream sector. And so thank you, Mr. Ali, for joining us. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds, Master of the Day of Judgment. You alone we worship, you alone we ask for help. Guide us onto the straight path, the path of those on whom you have bestowed your favor, not of those who go astray, nor of those who earn your anger. Amen. Now, we are here today taking our turn on the State of Agencies report and to report on the petroleum downstream. So what we mean by the petroleum downstream is anywhere from refinery to storage to distribution. So, and if we are not refining in Ghana, then petroleum downstream starts from importation to storage to distribution. All the gamut of activities that take place within this space is called the petroleum downstream. And so it starts from, as I said, importation, which is basically shipping and discharge of petroleum products. And this is done by a group of people known as BIDEX. They used to be called BDCs, bulk distribution companies. Now they say they want to be known as BIDEX, which is bulk import distribution export companies. So there are 45 of them that the NPA regulates. Then we also regulate the refineries, as I said already. So we have Tema Oil Refinery, we have Platon and Akwaba, and then we have the Atuabo gas plant, which is operated by the Ghana National Gas Company. We have storage facilities. BOST, of course, the biggest storage company and transportation company. TOR has depots, and we have other depots owned by mostly BIDEX. In those days, it used to be the requirement that, well, it still is the requirement that to obtain a BIDEX license, you ought to show evidence of storage. Because after all, you are going to import products, so you ought to show evidence that you have the capacity to store. So all of these are 22 in number. We have the instruments or vehicles for transporting petroleum products across the country. They call them BRVs, bulk road vehicles. There are 4,241 of them. And every BRV or tanker that you see on the road, be minded that it is so registered with the NPA and authorized as such to carry petroleum products. So if you are not within the NPA's database, you do not have the authority to carry products, because all products that you find or see crossing the country are being tracked, by the NPA. So we know at every point in time who has taken what products from where and where that product is being discharged. We have the Volta Lake Transport Company that transports products by barges from Akosombo to Bupe in the Savannah region. And then from Bupe, then the distribution is done across the 5 regions of the north. We have 150 oil marketing companies and then 42 LPGMCs, being companies that deal in liquefied petroleum gas. We have 4,787 retail outlets across the country and 3 export companies. So we have other supporting companies and facilities that help to make the petroleum downstream whole. We have offshore mooring facilities, jetties, bunkering companies, tank cleaning companies, calibration companies. Anything that you do within the petroleum downstream, you are required by law to take a license from the NPA, and therefore the NPA has the responsibility for monitoring your activities. So the petroleum downstream industry, per 2020 statistics, contributes about 60 billion cedis to Ghana's GDP. That used to be computed to about 11% of GDP. So it's a huge industry, and therefore a very important industry for the development of our country. We've given you statistics and breakdown of petroleum distribution and consumption across the country. The highest consumption, of course, is Greater Accra, consumes about 34% of all petroleum products, and then followed by Ashanti, 18%, and the least is 1% by the Upper West region. There are a number of issues that we've been grappling with since this management took over the running of the NPA. So the petroleum downstream is mostly bedeviled by 2 critical issues. One, the issue of illegal fuels. People are normally concerned about the quality of fuel that they buy into their engines and machines and so on and so forth. I've had people ask me, even as recent as a few days ago, whether fuel is of the same quality as all oil marketing companies. In other words, there are Ghanaian people who think that if you buy from Goil, or you buy from Shell, or you buy from any of the top brands or the known brands, then you are more likely to have been delivered quality fuel than if you bought from some other small oil company like a Nuru Oil or something to that effect. Let it be stated that the Quality Assurance Directorate of the NPA has standards for fuel quality in the country. In any event, it is the same fuel that is fed Star Oil, that is fed Shell, and that is fed Goil, and so on and so forth. It's from the same consignment of fuel that is imported into the country. So there is nothing like any oil marketing company having substandard fuel or that quality that is higher or better than another. So that ought to be known. Even so, as I said, people find a way to do, for want of a better term, bad things. People import fuel illegally into our country and try to smuggle that to our pump stations. So we have mechanisms for doing that. We have a security and intelligence directorate in the NPA, which is led by an experienced intelligence officer. We have serious collaboration with national security, marine police, the Navy, and etc., etc. And often we are able to make arrests, and then our quality assurance directorate will come in and test the fuel. If it is found to be unwholesome for, if you want, vehicles and transportation, but has value in other spheres of national life, we conduct auctions together with the customs division of the GRA, and then the proceeds are paid into government kitty, and then the people are punished for it. So those are the things. We have problems with fraudulent UPPF claims. Now, UPPF means Unified Petroleum Price Fund. Now, that fund is what ensures that people in the Upper West and the Upper East and the Northern region, for example, buy fuel at the same price as people in the Greater Accra region. You would have noticed as Ghanaians that the cost of cement is not the same across the country. And the reason cement costs higher in Tamale and Bolga is because of transportation. So when people transport cement to Tamale, they'll put the cost of transportation on cement, and that's how come it is higher. But as far as fuel is concerned, or petroleum products are concerned, government does not allow transporters to put the cost of transportation on petroleum products. So whether you are in Bolga or wherever, you just do the transportation, and then you come to the UPPF fund to either make a claim or to pay into the UPPF fund, so that the fund now pays for the cost of transportation. I hope that explanation is clear. So that's what UPPF means. Of course, people would try to find a way to cheat the system by saying that I transported petroleum products from Accra to, say, Sunyani, when in fact he only transported it to Cape Coast, and would want to come and make a claim for transport fare, if you want, from Accra to Sunyani rather than from Accra to Cape Coast. So the NPA has put in place a mechanism for detecting all such fraudulent activities, and it's called the ECTS, the Electronic Cargo Tracking System, that allows us to track every vehicle and allows us therefore to see, to monitor in real time. We have a place at the NPA called the Command Center, where there are screens across board where young people are monitoring the movement of these vehicles. So if you stop the vehicle somewhere, for example, to try to tamper with the ECTS seal, to either adulterate the fuel or siphon some of it and etc., you would be caught. And if you are caught, appropriate punishment is meted out to the OMC that is concerned or the driver or the vehicle, and so on and so forth. Now, in terms of quality, or even if you want quantity, people often also allege that they are giving fuel at the pumps that is not commensurate with how much they paid for it. Okay, so together with the Ghana Standards Authority, we've developed what we call in the local parlance Ntiasie Krua. It's a 10-liter can that is at the station for verification purposes. So every citizen of Ghana is free to dispute if you are not satisfied that the fuel that you have been given is commensurate with how much you paid for it. You can invoke your right to verification, and then the 10-liter can would be used right in front of you to measure whether indeed you are getting value for the money that you pay. Now, all of what allows us to regulate this space is called the NPA Act. So everything that we do is backed by law, and the law that established the NPA is called the NPA Act, Act 691 of 2005. That allows us to do all the things that we are doing. The NPA Act itself is about to be reviewed by us. What I will call it a final draft of the new bill that we are proposing to go to the Minister for Energy. From there, it will go to the Attorney General's Department. We've held a stakeholder consultation among stakeholders in the petroleum downstream. We've received inputs and suggestions and so on, and all that has been inputted into the new bill. I'm sure when it goes to Parliament, the Parliamentary Select Committee on Mines and Energy would also invite memoranda from the public, and on and on. But we are confident that by the close of this year, we should have repealed and replaced the NPA Act, which is Act 691. The reason it is important to replace this act is because a lot of water has passed under the bridge since the promulgation of that act. In 2005, when that act was passed, there were just about 3 BDCs and 15 OMCs. And from what I have said this morning, you now realize that we have over 200 OMCs and 45 BDCs. So first of all, the industry has outgrown its parent act. And in this era, when we are also talking about transitioning into renewable energy and cleaner fuels and etc., a lot is happening within the petroleum downstream industry, and we need to bring the law in tune with the happenings in the place. I am proud to say that in West Africa, and perhaps continent-wide, we are one of the few countries that has the highest quality of fuel. In fact, indeed, in West Africa, we are the only country that consumes a maximum of 50 ppm in terms of the sulfur content of the fuel. And the science people tell me that the heavier the sulfur content of fuel, the more likely it is to be hazardous to the environment. In other words, the lower the sulfur content, the cleaner the fuel is. That's the point I'm trying to make. And therefore, in the West Africa region, we enjoy the cleaner fuel. And now even ECOWAS has agreed that by 2025, the entire West Africa region should copy Ghana and move to 50 ppm. So there's a lot that we are doing to keep all of us safe as far as petroleum is concerned. We have something that we call a fuel marker. It's not something that you can see with your naked eye when you buy fuel from a station. But it has markers in there that allows our quality assurance people to tell whether this fuel is from a genuine source or not. And together with our inspections and monitoring directorates, our people are all across the country at any point in time. So even as we speak, there are I&M officers and quality assurance officers in various stations and depots across the country as we speak now, testing the quality of fuels that we have. And if your fuel fails the quality test, your station is shut down and punitive measures are taken against your station. I've talked about the illegality in the fuel industry and how our people are working to resolve these things. The other vexed matter that we have been dealing with is in regards to how much OMCs owe the state, whether in terms of margins or levies or taxes. I'm sure you've heard and read various news stories about OMCs owe 400 million, OMCs owe 200 million, OMCs owe this millions, and so on and so forth. Now, the reason OMCs will come to owe is that the taxes and margins and so on that are paid on our fuel are basically consumption margins and consumption taxes. So in other words, as you consume, you pay. So the people at the pumps, the OMC owners and so on, are the ones who collect these margins and taxes at the pumps. And thereafter, after a month, after a 30-day period, they are supposed to come and account to the relevant authorities for what they have collected and what is due the government. So oftentimes, people will collect these monies and will refuse to do the proper accounting at the end of the period to either to the government or to MPA or the relevant authorities that are so mandated by law to collect these margins. And then they fall into debt. Previously, MPA has had a very lenient attitude of saying that if people default in paying their margins and taxes on time, we give them what we call a payment plan, where we allow them to spread over a certain period and so on. But with the introduction of what we call in the NPA, the ERDMS, the Enterprise Relational Data Management System. It's a mouthful. With the ERDMS, product loadings are now done electronically. In other words, you have to be authorized by the ERDMS to load products. And therefore, if you are deactivated on the ERDMS, you are no longer able to load petroleum products. So now we are very intolerant of people raking up margins over long periods of time. Once you accumulate margins 1-2 times, we cut you off from the ERDMS and you are not able to load petroleum products again. Recently, we have had a collaboration with IOCO, where IOCO is going also after people who have basically collected government money and have either declared bankruptcy or have simply gone under the water. Many of them you saw recently that we published that about 36 OMC licenses had been revoked. Even so, it doesn't mean that it has ended with the revocation of their licenses. IOCO is still at their heels, and we would ensure that every penny, every dime that anybody owes to the state would be collected. That we can assure you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been doing a lot. Hitherto, MPA was just basically doing its regulatory work. But since this management took over, we have also ramped up our public relations activities. So as I speak with you, for example, the consumer unit and the PR unit of the MPA has a team in the Upper East region that is doing public sensitization on safety measures in the downstream petroleum industry. They are doing public education on the safe use of LPG, and etc., etc. So this time, we are not just waiting for accidents to happen. We are actively engaging the public on how to prevent these accidents, even before they happen. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I know that, let me go to the last question, or the vexed matter of the gold for oil program. Hitherto, the petroleum downstream alone required $400 million every month for the importation of petroleum products. And so you can imagine that if only the petroleum sector, the downstream petroleum sector alone required $400 million a month, if you were to add what would be required by rice importers and poultry importers and pharmaceutical product importers and etc., you can imagine how much dollars Ghana would need as a country for importation in every single month. And that put a lot of pressure on the cedi, led to massive depreciation of the cedi. And right now, under a deregulated petroleum regime, government does not fix prices of petroleum products. Oftentimes, people see me in the traffic and they're like, Mustafa, petrol no bonus, Mustafa Tiso. But the truth of the matter is that, I mean, to answer that in Twi also, minti sosa, because it's not the duty of the NPA to fix petroleum prices. What deregulation simply means is that the forces of demand and supply dictate the prices of goods and services. That's what deregulation means. So under our deregulation regime, or deregulated regime, which occurred in 2015, so from 2015 till now, we've been operating a deregulated regime, which will mean that it is basically the price of the product on the international market plus the premiums and profits that OMCs and BDCs will put on the petroleum product that will determine its price. And now, in addition to that, the value of the cedi. Why does the value of the cedi determine the price of the product? You all know the simple economics about if the thing costs $100 and you require 5,000 cedis to get $100, and then you buy the product and come. The next time you are going to buy the product and it is still 100 cedis, but it is now 10,000 cedis to $100, it will mean that you have used more cedis to buy the product, and therefore you will increase the price of the product commensurate with how much cedis you have used to buy it. That's the simple explanation for why the exchange rate is a critical part of how much we are buying fuel in our country. So the economic management team decided that then let's eliminate the need for dollars in this whole equation, and then to a very large extent we'll be able to bring down the prices. So what we have, let's use it to get what we want. I think that's also a very common saying even by primary school children, that you use what you have to get what you want. And so what we have as a country is gold. And that's why this place was called the Gold Coast. And so what's the value of the gold? So let's use the gold in exchange for fuel. Now, the reason there's confusion in the minds of people is that people are assuming that when we say gold for oil, we mean that we are taking a bag of gold, go and deposit it with an oil company, and then we are giving petroleum products. That's not how it works. How it works is that the Bank of Ghana buys the gold, okay, from our small-scale miners, and so on and so forth. It buys the gold. And in buying this gold, of course, it is buying the gold in cedis. Are you following me? Then this gold, for those companies who are interested in a direct barter, yes, the gold is exchanged for products. For those who are not interested in a direct barter, okay, there is a middle person who does the barter for gold, takes the money, and then takes the gold and pays the Bank of Ghana in dollars, and these dollars are then deposited in offshore accounts, and that is what is used to pay the people who have supplied the oil. And now when they supply the oil, the BDCs who are buying the oil from them buy also in cedis. So our BDCs therefore do not require dollars to buy oil anymore. So once they have bought in cedis, they will price according to the value of the cedi. Mind you, the Bank of Ghana, in doing this international trade with gold, will use Bank of Ghana rates. And therefore, as you all know, Bank of Ghana rates are always, for want of a better term, more reasonable than open market rates. Now, what used to happen was that the Bank of Ghana did not have all of the $400 million that we required every month for the importation of petroleum products by the BDCs. So from April last year, what the MPA did was to get the Ministry of Energy to convince Bank of Ghana to do a special auction for just the petroleum downstream industry. So every 2 weeks, there was an auction by the Bank of Ghana where we were supplied with some, when I say we, I mean the BDCs, were supplied with some amount of dollars so that they do not have to go to the open market to access the dollar whose rates were higher. However, because Bank of Ghana was not able to supply the entire $400 million, on average, they were giving us $120 million every month. So we still had a deficit of about $380 million every month, which the BDCs still sourced from the open market. Okay? And so when they go and source the higher one from the open market, they will do, if you want, a weighted average, okay, between what they got upon, on the open market and what they got from BDC, and use it to price their product. So what we call the forward rating was still a predominant feature of our fuel calculation. So for example, today the cedi sells at 11 cedis to $1. But if the petroleum importer is going to price his product, he will price it as, say, 13 cedis to $1, because the volatility was, and the unpredictability of the exchange rate did not allow them to, if you want, always sell at the current or going prices. So they needed to do a forward rating in order to be able to make reasonable profit on their business. And so we introduced this gold for oil thing, which we have been doing. So far, 3 cargoes of gold for oil petroleum consignments have arrived in the country. The first one was for 40,000 metric tons of, I'll use the ordinary language, of diesel. And then in the last week, we have had 35,000 metric tons of petrol, and then also another 40,000 metric tons of diesel that have come especially under the Gold for Oil program. Our goal is that ultimately the Gold for Oil program should account for 50% of petroleum product imports into our country, and then the rest of the 50% would be done through the normal channels by the BDCs and so on and so forth. But where MPA comes in as a regulator is that we are going to ensure that if you are supplied fuel or petroleum products under gold for oil, that it truly reflects the prices at the pump. Because ultimately, that is the aim of government in introducing this program, to ensure that fuel is affordable. They used to call the Minister for Security, Kandapa, Mr. Affordable, when he was Minister for Energy. You know, but ultimately, we want it to be affordable. The first consignment, people called me to ask me, oh, but we understand the first consignment and the gold for oil has come. Why is it that it hasn't reflected at the pumps? Now, what happened was that, of course, 40,000 metric tons is not enough to, if you want, cause a significant change in the prices. But even so, one of the highest buyers of the gold for oil product in the first consignment was GOIL. And GOIL's prices were brought down by up to about 70 pesos. Other OMCs that also got some consignment of gold for oil gave us a reduction of about 10 to 20 pesos. That's still not significant though. So this time, MPA's gold for oil team, which is led by the Deputy Chief Executive, Perokujeto, the Sheila Ado, the Policy Coordinator, and there is Abbas Tasunti. They've come out with a brilliant idea that in this second consignment of gold for oil products that have come, we are going to sell only to OMCs with not less than 45 outlets. You see, because if you are our local people call something soppy soppy. There are 150 oil marketing companies. If you are selling soppy to all the 150 companies, you will not realize the impact. But if you are selling to the people with the highest number of outlets, then its effect will be felt across the country in terms of the price reduction. So this time we are monitoring to ensure that we are selling only to OMCs that have highest presence in terms of number of outlets and also the spread of the outlets across the country, so that the effect is felt across the country. My boss said I should speak for 30 minutes. Maybe I have spoken for 30 minutes or more, and therefore I would like to end it here. I'm sure elucidation will come better in terms of the questions and answers. And fortunately, I have all the array of expertise that are here to help me to answer your questions where they come. I'm grateful for attention. God bless.
So, you know, Sheikh used to be, I don't know if he still is, a lecturer. And so today you've all had a crash course in the downstream petroleum industry. We're going to take your questions now. In fact, I had 2 questions even ahead, but I think your last submissions answered one on what the team is doing to ensure that it's spread across OMCs that have a wide breadth of outlets. So I'll address that question. I still have one outstanding question, but maybe I'll start from the House. We'll take a first set, like we do, of about 4, and then we'll get responses. Madam. So I'll start with you. So I have 4 here. Let me start here. Yes, madam. Introduce yourself, your media house, and let's hear your question.
My name is Yinka Ibukun, and I'm from Bloomberg News. My first question, thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. My first question is about, we've actually observed from a tracking website that there's a vessel with Russian crude expected to arrive at Tema on Friday. We just wanted to check if you can confirm that that's the case, and if that crude is for the Tema refinery to process.
Okay, let's hear your second question.
My second question is also about is actually for the Gold for Oil program. You broke down the cargoes that have arrived that are expected. My question is if you can have a bit more details about the amount of gold that's being exchanged for each of those transactions, and also about the buyers, especially those who are butter buyers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So your first question is that you have information that there's a vessel with Russian crude that is expected to come to Tema. So can we confirm it and provide any information on that? Sheikh will respond to that one. And then you also want to know some more information on how much gold is being exchanged for these quantities of oil, as we've spoken about, and maybe some more details on who the butter persons are. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is John Awuni. I represent Kesbin. I wanted to find out, some industry players are saying that the reason why every now and then there are hikes in petroleum products is due to some structural issues with NPA, i.e., when the product is shipped, consumers are gifted 60 days, and then the suppliers take like 120 days. So looking at the dollar, the fluctuation of the dollar, if the consumers are able to consume the product in 60 days, and then you give the distributor 120 days to settle, in between, the dollar will go up and it will affect the pricing of the product.
So if they close the settlement window,
yes, sir. Yes,
it will reduce the volatility.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay. So a view on that thought, that if the settlement window is closed, it will reduce the volatilities. There were two others.
Good morning. My name is Oldman Boogie. I work with the Finder newspaper. First question. In your presentation, you said that 36 OMCs owe the NPA and their licenses have been revoked, and that you are working with the IOCO to retrieve every dime they owe. Could you tell us how much these OMCs owe you? Second one, about the G4O. There are some who have said that the G4O is a knee-jerk solution to a long-term problem, and that it's not sustainable. How sustainable is this program?
And then I'll take a final one.
Thank you, Honorable. My name is Paul Nyuge-Dalafu, and I report for the Daily Statesman. Sheikh, in your presentation, I think I have observed a lot of things, and there is a need for me to bring this to your attention. During the Kufuor's administration, persons in the hinterlands, that is the rural communities, were given access to kerosene because they do not have access to light. And government felt that their light was something necessary for them. So they sent some tankers to those catchment areas that people can purchase the kerosene. And I feel that going from the north, some of the districts like Saboba, Cherponi, Bandai, Pasa, if you go there, there are infiltration of fuel from our neighboring country like Togo. And the fuel from Togo is it's as different from Ghana's fuel. It is something white. But if looking at it, it is sold at relatively lower than fuel in Ghana because there are no filling stations close to these people. So when they get out, they get to what is convenient to them. And I am here to hear as to how many barracks of fuel that has been intercepted by the NPA due to the infiltration. Thank you very much.
So, how are you? So, I guess the question you want to ask is, what is the NPA doing to ensure that kerosene can reach these parts of the country where you don't have fuel in general?
Yes.
Can reach parts of the country where proximity to service stations is not as easy as other parts of the country? I think that's a question that he wants to ask.
Yes.
Have I captured it well for you?
Please.
Okay. So, Sheikh, let's take first set, and then I'll come around for the next four.
So, I will answer some of them. Okay, so I would let the Gold for Oil team, led by the Deputy Chief Executive, Perry, answer the question, how much, Abbas, are you listening? How much so far has been exchanged for oil under the Gold for Oil deal? And is it a sustainable program? You have the permission of Perry to answer that.
Thank you very much. The gold for oil program, as my boss earlier explained, once the gold is sold, we get dollars from the gold, and it's used to finance the import of the petroleum products. The first vessel that arrived, the Bank of Ghana got about $40 million to pay for that consignment. The next consignment also is going to be around the same figure for the diesel, around $40 million. Usually, Bank of Ghana gives us updates after they have made a payment for the cargo. The two cargoes that he mentioned that have arrived, as we speak, the diesel cargo is discharging, and the petrol cargo will discharge after the diesel cargo has completed discharge. We are expecting that by Monday, the discharge would have been completed, and BOG will confirm the exact amount that was paid from for these cargoes. So $40 million was paid for the first cargo. How sustainable is the program? As my boss mentioned, the objective of this program is to ensure that we are getting relatively cheaper petroleum products as compared to what the normal market has been providing. It's evident from the first cargo that the Good for Oil program give us cheaper prices. This is actually forcing the international oil suppliers to also come on board and offer our BDCs better prices. The BDCs have confirmed to us that ever since the Good for Oil program started, because the international suppliers realized that the BOST and the Bank of Ghana are getting better offers from other suppliers, they began giving our BDCs lower premiums. The objective is that this can also drive them to give us better premiums. So if we are able to achieve this objective of, first of all, reducing the pressure on the dollar and also bringing our prices down because premium suppliers are giving us these better premiums, then the market kind of has stabilized. As to whether the program will continue for long or not, I think the program framework has mentioned clearly that this is an interim measure to bring some kind of stability to our market. It has been planned to go on for just a year. So if after the year it is sustainable and we want it to continue going because we can see that it's bringing the benefit that we need, then that will be reviewed. So for now, it's a program that's meant to be around for a year. Its sustainability also depends largely on the ability of the Bank of Ghana to get gold to buy from the precious minerals marketing company. So what used to happen was that the small-scale gold exporters export the gold on their own. So from the 1st of January this year, the Lands and Natural Resources Minister gave a directive that these small-scale oil gold exporters are no longer permitted to export their gold. So the precious mineral marketing company now is aggregating all the gold from them and it sells to the Bank of Ghana. So as long as we are getting the gold from the aggregation, it finances the gold. So what the Lands and Natural Resources Ministry is also doing is to ensure that there are no smuggling of this gold that we expect to finance the import of petroleum products. So a lot is being done to ensure that the program is sustainable for the 1 year that it has been meant to last. Thank you very much. Okay. So the issue about prices being volatile because of the credit periods, I think that is someone's view. It is not justifiable. The reason is, even if you were to pay cash for petroleum products now, paying cash has a price because you would have to get cash from a bank and pay interest on it. And credit periods have been priced in. So even if you are issuing a letter of credit, it has been priced in. It's not that volatile. The volatility we see in petroleum product prices, as my boss explained earlier, is a deregulated market. And the prices are dependent on international world market prices and also the exchange rate. These are the two variables in the pricing formula that make petroleum prices volatile. So if the world market prices keep changing and the exchange rate is not stable, that is what will lead to volatility in petroleum product prices, and not because of the issue about credit. So thank you very much.
So I'll take the question on how to ensure that fuel reaches every nook and cranny of our country. First of all, oil marketing companies are businesses, and people set up businesses in relation to markets. Okay, so it's a purely business decision that somebody has to take as to where to site a filling station. Depends on whether they will get the market for it. So yes, it may be true that there are certain rural communities where, because of the population and the sparseness of the population and the sparseness of the settlements and etc., people would not want to go and establish filling stations. That is why, even though under the MPA laws, people that we call the Gao, those who operate the pump system, are not allowed per law to operate. MPA has decided that for very remote communities where OMCs are not willing to go and site their businesses and their filling stations, we would allow the Gao to operate in those areas in order to serve what, if you want, underserved communities. So that is there. And so I haven't heard, quite frankly, since my life at MPA, that there are any communities that have absolutely no access at all to fuel. Now, in regards to kerosene, the demand for kerosene generally in our country is basically fizzled to zero because of the aggressive electrification programs that various governments have been running. On the African continent, Ghana is the second most electrified, I'm using electrified advisedly. In other words, it is the country that has the most rich in terms of electricity coverage. That's the point I'm making. We are about 89%, Mr. Ali. 87.4% of our country is connected to the national grid. And our goal, even as a country, is that by the end of 2025, we should have achieved 100% coverage. So you can see why the use of kerosene has gone down considerably. These days, if you are looking for kerosene, sometimes I'm looking for kerosene to burn some papers or something, and then I send children to go into Nima to go and get me kerosene. And it's difficult to find kerosene because the purposes for which it was used is basically been rendered redundant as a result of electrification. Now, in terms of Russian crude, let it be stated emphatically that Ghana is in with the international community in not doing business with Russia. So it cannot be the case that the NPA has sanctioned the docking or berthing of a Russian vessel. It's not possible. And we have a unit in the NPA called the Planning Unit, which is under the Economic Regulation and Planning Directorate, which authorizes every vessel that berths on our shores to berth. And we are not, be assured, that going to grant permission for any Russian cargo to berth on our shore. That has to be explicit, unequivocal. And so we don't know of any. If some people are intending to bring in Russian cargo as smuggled product, our security people, Marine Police, Navy are on alert to intercept it. And when it is so intercepted, we will inform the Ghanaian public.
So we're going to take a second batch of 4. Sheikh, when you were talking about, Ghana being the second highest country with a lot of, or a high level of electricity penetration, my mind went to an election at Casford where somebody wanted to say that it will ensure that electricity is connected from Casford to Science. You know that already. Say, yeah, I will electrocute the whole area. Let me take the next batch of 4. 1, 2, 3, and then I'll give you the 4th one, and then I'll come for final batch of 4. So 1, 2, 3, and then I'll give you the 4th one. Then I'll come back for the final 4. Where are you? The final 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You've had a take already, so then we'll wrap it there. Yes, sir. I've also got some questions on Facebook that I would read out to you. Yes, sir.
All right, good morning. My name is Michael Obodu. I work with City FM and City TV. Doc, you stated, I quote, that the forces of demand and supply determine the price of products on the market, on a deregulated market. My question is, isn't the deregulation policy defeated then when government is getting involved in the supply end? Number two, Abbas mentioned that about $40 million was used to pay for the consignments of gold, about 2 of them. I thought the idea was to trade gold for the product. How come BOG is paying dollars for it? And if indeed BOG did...
Say that again.
Abbas mentioned that the BOG paid $40 million for some 2 consignments of the gold for oil under the policy.
Okay.
We thought the idea was to trade the gold for the product. How come BOG is making...
No, Sheikh explained that there are 2 channels.
Okay.
There is one where the suppliers would take gold.
Okay.
There's one where the gold is taken and then cash is provided to the suppliers. I think I heard him quite clearly. Colleagues, I'm sure you heard him.
Okay, thank you. Then maybe you can help us understand at what rate those consignments were bought for the dollar rate, to help us appreciate how much we are saving. That I hope my question is...
No, I don't understand you.
At what dollar rate were those ones bought?
Very well. Abbas, you understand him? Okay, he'll provide you an answer.
Okay, and then isn't the policy a recipe for disaster, considering the fact that government is now selling to OMCs who have about 45 centers? That would technically knock out those who do not meet that criteria. Wouldn't you be putting them out of business?
Because they will get cheaper supplies.
Because the major ones will get, and then the others wouldn't.
Fair question.
Thank you.
So thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable. My name is Edem Kujo. I work with the EIB Network staff from GH1. My first question, I would move away from the vote for oil before I come here. So the first question is, there's been a conversation on cheaper fuel. Sheikh mentioned it a number of times. However, we've seen that, for instance, the prices of gas has gone up significantly in the past year, resulting in a lot of market women and a lot of restaurants beginning to opt for charcoal. In fact, it's a report we have done before. And so my question is, what then is NPA doing to bring this down so that the whole fight of cheaper fuel becomes a reality? Also, we are hearing that Ghana Gas wants to establish a second processing plant. Is NPA in support of this? And what is NPA also doing to enhance this? Because we are learning that once we have another processing plant locally, it means then that it is possible we could get cheaper fuel down here.
You mean cheaper gas?
Yes, cheaper gas down here. Okay. Now to the gold for oil. We've been told that, in fact, I'll go back to the question by Bloomberg, that there's a ship coming from Russia. For example, the very first ship that brought in the gold, the YCF Sencha, if I'm right, we realized that the vessel moved from Russia. We are told that it was Litasco, which is Lukoil, that brought in the oil. And the vessel moved from Russia, the city of Vostok, if I'm right.
Who's saying this, by the way?
This is from the tracking of the vessel. So the vessel that brought in the first ship, which we were told is the YCF.
So there's a website. This is a tracking website.
This is, yes, a tracking website.
Very well, go ahead.
That says that, yes, that shows that the vessel moved from a region in Russia. In fact, we are told the Deputy Minister of Energy, Honorable Andre Japamesa, has confirmed that indeed it was Litasco that brought in the oil. And when you monitor the ship which was mentioned, the ship came from the Russian region. So I'm trying to follow up on that question. That is the oil that we are getting. I think that's what she probably wants to make. That the cargo, for instance, that is coming in there, is it also the crude cargo or the crude oil that is being used for our gold for oil? So the cargo. So
she says that's not what she's talking about. She says that's not her question. But
okay. But my question.
To understand your question, relax.
Yes, so
to understand your question, you are asking whether the suspected Russian cargo.
Okay, let's take that out. To understand my question, my concern is that we are saying we are not trading in Russia. But the Litasco, for example, the vessel that brought in, if we check the tracking, it came from Russia. Does it then confirm that Litasco or whoever we are negotiating with is bringing the...
Okay, I think I understand your question. So, Sheikh, the question is that according to his tracking website, the first cargo, according to his tracking website, the first cargo emanated from Russia. Is that something we can confirm? Very well. That's your question, essentially.
Yes, that's it. Yes.
Very well.
And then the very last question.
You've done 3 questions already. I have to move to others. So let me move to some of your colleagues. Gentlemen, yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
My name is Edward Akwa. I'm with the Ghana News Agency. So I don't know if this falls under the purview of the MPA. I want to find out what is the status of TOR at the moment, because we understand a committee was set.
That would be Energy Ministry.
So MPA does not handle that?
MPA will handle to the extent of regulating if they are operating. That's TOR, correct?
Yes.
If TOR is refining, they will regulate them. But the question of whether TOR is working or not is what you're asking, correct?
Yes, I want to find out.
Okay.
But if they don't have the answers.
Very well. Very well.
But secondly, it ties in with what my brother asked. The LPG is also something we need to look at. We understand that last year, consumption reduced by 12%. Now, if something is not done about it, the danger is that there may be a return to charcoal, which has its own implications on the environment. There have been calls that government should scrap taxes on LPG. Is government willing to do that?
LPG pricing,
yes,
and taxes.
Yes, please.
Thank you. We've done 3 so far, so Nana, you are the final person. So, Sheikh, what can you say about the status of TOR? Do we intend to do something about taxes associated with LPG to help it come down? It ties in with the earlier question on gas prices up. Does MPA have a view on a potential Ghana gas expansion, since that expansion could help reduce gas prices because then we'll have more gas on board? Then there's a question about Litasco. Yes, sir, Nana?
Yeah, good morning, Doctor. Before you came into office, there was a problem of frequent supply of, let's say, energy in general for the electricity, and now we've seen that we have constant supply of energy, petrol or gas for energy. How did you do it? Was it managerial? Was it whatever? Because there was some kind of problem with the energy sector. My second question, I've learned from Minister of Energy, somebody told me that there's a cabal that is obstructing.
Somebody told you?
Yes. I don't want to go into it, but I had a conversation with him. He works.
No, go ahead. I just wanted to be sure I heard you right.
There's a cabal at the, like the man said, TOR, that is obstructing the importation of crude oil into the country to get low prices and maybe byproducts and things like that. Are you aware of that cabal? And if you know, what are we going to do as a nation? Because cost of petroleum product, we all know, is going high because of exchange rate we didn't mention. And then my second question, my third question, sorry.
That's your third question.
Yeah. People complain a lot buying from different centers. They say if you buy from Goyle, you get this quantity. You buy from here, get this quantity. Buy from here, I don't know. I work at the Ghana Standard Board before. When they come there for the verification and the test, you get the quality, you get the quantity all right. But moving from that place to maybe to Tamale or Bolga, different thing happens. And so the people are shortchanged at the pumps. So what do you do at your end to make sure that you rectify the situation to give people the quality of their money and their wealth?
Thank you. So, yeah, how standardized are your quantity tests across the country? How standardized are they? Colleagues, you see, that's why I tell you that, write the question down so that you go straight. How standardized are the quantity tests? So that, for example, if you check from, let's say, Goyle in Accra, we can be sure that Goyle in Odan is doing the same quantities for 1 liter if you pay the same amount. That's a question you're asking. Yes. So how standardized are the quantities across the country? Secondly, is it true that there's a cabal frustrating the work of the MPA? Do you have a comment on that one? Then there's a question on, yes, I think I've gone through those ones, the status of TOR, if you have a view on that one. There's also another question on whether MPA has played any role in ensuring that there's regular supply of fuel to fire our power plants. I think the power plants are either operating on gas or on heavy fuel oil. Do those come under your regulations, and do you have any role in those ones? Let me take 2 questions on Facebook very quickly, so that when I come back, I just take the final 4. I'll take the final 4 when I come back. So there's a question on Facebook. When will the Takoradi refinery begin operations so that Ghana can refine its own fuel? It's from Richard Adomako. When will the Takoradi refinery begin operations so that Ghana can refine its own fuel? That's on the assumption that there's actually a Takoradi refinery. So Sheikh, I draw your attention to that. This one is from Agbomadzi Moses, who says, what control systems are you putting in place to ensure that no one takes advantage of the gold for oil project? So we'll take these and then I'll take a final batch of 4 and then we'll wrap up.
Okay, thank you very much. There were a number of questions regarding the gold for oil and petroleum prices in general. So I'll take those ones. The first question about how do we ensure that the gold for oil program does not defeat the price regulation policy? As we speak, the price regulation policy is still in place. It has not been suspended or cancelled. For gold for oil, as we are all aware, the quantities that are coming in are very, very little compared to our national consumption. And therefore, if the objective of ensuring that the price reflects at the pump, NPA does not come in, then it means that you are just putting the product onto the market and consumers may eventually not benefit. And that's why the interim, while the products are, NPA is part of the implementing agencies to ensure that whatever price the reduction we are getting from gold for oil reflects at the pump. So we've not suspended the deregulation policy. Just as an example, with the first cargo that came, the price at which the BDCs sold the product to the OMCs, we just ensured that OMCs revised their one component of their price, but which is the ex-refining price, to reflect the gold for oil price. Under deregulation, the OMCs still set their margins, so that is what they continue to do. We did not set the margins that the OMCs would use. Products that are being imported by the BDCs themselves are still being priced by them, just as the deregulation policy requires them to do. So it is not defeating the purpose. What FX rate was used for the first G for oil cargo? Before I answer that, let me correct what I said earlier. The $40 million was for the first cargo alone, not for 2 cargos, for 1 cargo. And I said that the next 2 cargos are around the same cost, but after BOG has confirmed the cost, we will know what the actual cost for the next 2 cargos are as well. I think the question about gold has been answered. So there are 2 streams. The gold was liquidated into dollars and was used to pay, and that's how we know the value for the cargo. Are some ONCs not being disadvantaged because of the requirement to have 45 outlets? I think earlier my boss explained that the first cargo that came, it's like we did sopi. There were so many OMCs who lifted the gold for oil product, and we've had consumers consistently asking, we are not seeing the impact at the pump. I think the major impact we saw was the Gore one, because Gore has so many outlets, and everyone saw that their prices dropped from 15.9 to 15.25 because of gold for oil. But for the other outlets, most of you did not see them because these outlets are scattered. You don't know this brand. So, and the OMC, Association of Oil Marketing Companies, also came up with a concern that the way the first cargo was distributed was a bit unfair. There was no clear criteria as to who gets what. And therefore, together with the Association of Oil Marketing Companies, this criteria to have the top 25 oil marketing companies based on 2022 supply in terms of market share were selected. And also, you must have at least 45 retail outlets, because together, they will be able to serve the large majority of consumers, and that's how we came up with this criteria. As the volumes that are being imported and the good for oil program increase, all our OMCs will be served to as they increase. So this is not a disadvantage. They can still buy from other suppliers, other BDCs that bring in products. So the program will be revised, or the OMCs will be increased as time goes on. I think these are so LPG taxes, the issue about the LPG price. We know that the price of LPG is a key success factor that will ensure that the CRM program also succeeds. And therefore, MP has been working with the Ministry of Energy to speak to government to see what it can do about the price of LPG. Several papers and analysis have been done on what can be done to bring down the price. So those are still being considered by Cabinet. And when the decision is taken as to which of the taxes on LPG can be touched, then we can come out clearly to say what has been done. But MP is working assiduously with the Ministry of Energy to ensure that LPG is accessible under the CRM program. Because without the low price or affordable price of LPG, we know that the expectation to increase the consumption to 50% will not be achieved. I don't know if I've been able to answer all the issues relating to pricing. Okay, so I answered that. Deregulation is not defeated by Go for Oil. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the rest of the questions are in regards to gas prices. Yes, the Ministry of Energy has a gas for our LPG for Development program. So under the LPG for Development program, our goal is that we should be able to achieve, I think, about 50% LPG penetration by 2030. I agree with you that key to people using LPG is the price. Apart from the price, even ability to acquire cylinders in the first place. And so, under our proposed cylinder recirculation model, we are hoping to come out with a model that would make cylinders affordable and then also be able to reduce the prices. I am not able to tell you explicitly that the reduction in prices that we envisage would be the reduction or even the removal of taxes, because tax matters are the domain of the Minister for Finance. However, whatever it takes for us as regulators to ensure that we have prices that are affordable in order to allow people to have access to LPG, we are going to do that. About Ghana Gas establishing a second plant, yes, indeed. As regulators, of course, we have to the establishment of this plant. Of course, they have acquired the necessary licenses and all the regulatory framework procedure that allows them to establish this plant. Right now, Ghana Gas production versus import is about 50-50. Sometimes when Ghana Gas goes down, then it increases the equation to about 60% imports and 40% for local production. And we are hoping that, or indeed it is the goal of Ghana Gas, that by the time that the second plant is up and running, we should be able to ramp up local production to about 80%. So that if we are importing only about 20%, then straight away it will help to bring down the prices of LPG. So that is the goal. Yes, TOR is not refining at the moment, but I know that under the direction of the Minister for Energy, TOR has some arrangements in place that would allow TOR to become operational within the shortest possible time. As to whether there is a cabal that is preventing its operations or not, I cannot tell. But generally, cabals exist everywhere. Like I said, people who are smuggling illegal fuels, people who are adulterating, can all be categorized as cabals. So to the extent that there are any group of people who are doing anything that is anti-nation or that is contrary to the aspirations of our country, it can be considered as a cabal. So they may well be, but that shouldn't bother us. What should bother us is that the Minister for Energy is determined that TOR becomes operational within the shortest possible time. There are processes in place now to ensure that activation. I'm sure at the right time, the Minister for Energy will brief the country on that process. Under price deregulation, or under the deregulation regime generally, mind you, the deregulation policy itself is under review. We constituted a review committee to look at it. After about 7 or more years of operation, we thought that it is time to relook at the policy. That committee has completed its work. I guess we've sent it to Ministry of Finance. So it will be looked at. But under the current arrangement, if you are Goil or Star Oil and you are selling at 5 cedis 40 pesos in Accra, your outlet in Bolga ought to sell as 5 cedis 40 pesos. But under the new arrangement, there is some suggestion by the OMCs that we ought also to consider local economies of scale, in order to allow for a certain window of variation as to how that the measure of variation that will be determined under the review. So for now, yes, I can assure you that it is standard everywhere in the country, at least from OMC to OMC. I mean, within the same OMC. Now, Takoradi Refinery, as a regulator, we are not aware that anybody has applied to the MPA to establish a refinery in Takoradi, except to say that the government itself, the president, has a vision of making Ghana a petroleum hub. So to that extent, a Petroleum Hub Development Corporation Act has been passed. Officers, chief executive, deputy chief executives have been appointed for the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation. And under this Petroleum Hub Development Scheme, let me call it that way, it is enclaved somewhere in the western region, but it's certainly not Takoradi. It's where? Jomoro. In Jomoro, there's a 60,000 hectare of land space, right? 20,000 hectares of land space that has been allocated. It's been granted by the chiefs. All the processes of land acquisition have been gone through. So we have acquired that land to establish a petroleum hub. And under a petroleum hub, we are going to have refineries. Okay? We are going to have, if you want, the entire value chain of the petroleum spectrum housed in that enclave. That would allow Ghana to be a major player in the petroleum space, not only in West Africa, but continent-wide and beyond. So those refineries will be established, but under the Petroleum Hub Development Corporation. The Petroleum Hub Development Corporation chief executive tells me that yes, they have received applications by investors who are willing to establish refineries in that hub. They will bring those applications to us as the regulator for us to scrutinize and go through all the processes. But that is yet to come on stream. What I know is a private investor called Sentio. So Sentio refinery is coming up. It's supposed to be done by the end of the first quarter of this year. And that one was supposed to refine 100,000 barrels a day. It is in Tema. So that is certainly coming on stream. And 100,000 barrels a day refinery will do a lot to boost our fortunes in the petroleum downstream space. Fuels for power plants. I know that it is GMPC that brings in HFO for powering the power plants. And anytime GNPC has called MPA and said we are bringing in a vessel for powering power plants, we have always given them a laycan to allow them to dock and discharge in order to fuel our power plants. So that one, you don't need to worry. They always have priority. Even when other fuels are docked and ready to discharge per our agreed laycan, we normally shelve them aside and allow the GMPC cargo to discharge, because keeping the lights on is a very important priority for the government. And you will admit that this government has kept the power on for a very long time. And then we will continue to do that into the foreseeable future. These are the ones that I think I have. Thank you.
So we're going to wrap up shortly. We pre-selected a final list of 4, so let's take that one. I have another Facebook question that was just sent to me from Lydia Afi Alomatu. But I think you've dealt with it already, because it was asking about the main challenges in the downstream industry and how you've dealt with it. But I think that's the essence of the presentation. Ghanaian Times.
Thank you very much.
I have two questions. The first one, Doc, you didn't give us how much the 36 OMCs who are working with the IOCO
how much
MP,
they owe.
How much they owe.
Okay, go ahead.
And then the next one is still the goal for oil. Now, the ultimate goal of the whole program
Abbas, start coming close.
is
Go
to
ahead.
eliminate the cost of forex in the price build-up.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what they said, that they want to eliminate. I don't think that's what they said.
Okay.
They said they want to reduce the impact.
Okay,
They are two different things.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No,
We've cleared it up. Sometimes some of these words are very important because it changes the whole conversation. Yeah. So yours is just about the 36 OMCs and how much they owe. Abbas, you are safe. No. Come forward, David. There's this gentleman here who has a question. Yeah.
No. My questions have been answered.
They've been answered. Thank you very much. So we'll take the final two, which means just one more, and then I'll give the last one to the lady at the back. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Emmanuel Abwaji. I work with Atsu Radio. Now, my first question is, what is the current status of the ban on LPG outlets? For some time now, we know that some
ban on the construction of
new
yes,
establishments.
Yes, not ban on. Okay, ban on new.
Thank you for the correction. All right. Secondly, there are some energy stakeholders which think that BOST should not be mandated as the main off-taker of the Gulf oil products. And so Bidex themselves should have found that, made to off-take the products themselves. What's your take or clarification on that?
Okay. Thank you very much. So somebody has an opinion that BOST should not be the initial off-taker. What is your opinion on that opinion? That's the question. Yes. Michelle.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ella Michelle. I work with TV3. My question is going to be based on a statement that was released by the OMCs on the 8th of February. Just a fraction that talks about the fact that this mechanism, that is the gold for oil, is intended to force players to reduce prices at the pumps, create some form of, distortion, which will eventually distort the market and create an uneven playing field. I just want the the boss to just reiterate on that particular fact, the market distortion that these OMCs have brought as a concern from their statement. Thank you.
Very well, I'll get your responses. But I just wanted to make a quick comment on one of the earlier questions about doesn't this gold for oil program defeat, I think that was your question, defeat the deregulation policy. So deregulation policies generally are adopted when you want to open up the market for the forces to play on their own. But market forces sometimes fail. And when market forces fail, which is a normal phenomenon in economics, when market forces fail, governments have a responsibility to intervene. So in the UK, for example, they are doing what they call the energy price cap. Because, again, the forces, it's a deregulated market, the forces of demand and supply are playing, but because of an heterogeneous matter that has happened, prices have gone through the roof. Will the government sit back quietly and say, let people keep paying God knows how much for gas, especially when they were going towards winter? So what they decided to do was to introduce what they call the energy price cap, where your prices were not going to go beyond a certain amount. Now, it's very easy for somebody to say, okay, so why don't you do that here in Ghana? Find out what their fiscal position is, what their reserves are, how they can fund that cap that they sought to introduce. But government intervened there. And The principle, therefore, is that when you have a market failure, when you have challenges in the market because of an exogenous factor like this, governments have to find a way to intervene. In this instance, here in our republic, this is one of the ways that government is using as an intervention. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the deregulation policy is a bad policy. Good policy, you may have a market failure and then government has to step in. So from the public policy point of view, just to share that as you go through. Sheikh, if you can wrap up for us and then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. That was a brilliant submission. Perry, pay him some consultancy. I don't know how much you will charge. The finance director is sitting behind you. So, yes. So, the finance directorate informs me that the 36 OMCs, by the way, before I even come to the figure, let me make it clear that, quite frankly, the fact that these 36 OMCs owe is not the exclusive reason for which their licenses have been taken. They owe in addition to other infringements of the law, including the fact that for 2 years or more, some of them have not renewed their licenses. So if you haven't come to renew your license, there's no suggestion, therefore, that you want to do business with that license and so on. Now, collectively, they owe 193 million cedis. However, the bulk of it, nearly 80-90% of it, is owed by 8 out of the 36 companies. So the rest just owe very little amounts. But like I can assure you, the IOCO is at their heels, and then every dime will be retrieved. There's one last question that I needed to answer. Okay, the ban on LPG, construction of new LPG outlets. Yes, that ban is in place. In other words, you cannot start the construction of an LPG filling station from the scratch. No. However, the NPA went to cabinet and sought a dispensation, or even if you want, a reprieve for some 63 stranded LPG stations. Because their owners had invested so much, some of them through bank loans, financed their stations almost to completion level when the ban was imposed. Quite frankly, for some of them, banks even went after their properties, sold their properties, and as a compassionate government, the government just thought, no. For these ones, let's allow them to complete their facilities, operate it, recoup their money, pay their bank loans, and then get even with their businesses. Mind you, the LPG space is, if I'm not mistaken, perhaps the only space, that has 100% Ghanaian involvement or participation. Every single LPG company in Ghana is Ghanaian. That place, we don't have foreign players at all. So these are all Ghanaian businesses. And definitely, the government must be sympathetic to Ghanaian businesses. And that's the reason the president thought that we should lift the ban to allow these Ghanaian businesses who are also employing our fellow Ghanaians to be able to recoup their investments. And that's what happened. There's an argument, and when I went to Parliament recently, some parliamentarians made that argument that some of their constituencies or some communities in their constituencies are so remote that they have to travel very long distances in order to get LPG. And they were still pleading that for very remote areas, we should still allow, even before the rollout of CRM, for people to construct LPG stations. We are still thinking about it, and that is a determination that will be made by the Cabinet of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you very much.
So we started just around 10, and we have to bring down the curtain at this point. I want to thank the team from the MPA for the education you've given us and the time you've had to respond to all our questions. I want to thank you, our colleagues, who also came forth with your questions. Munira, where are you? Where is Muni? Is she here? Sheikh, we want to thank you. This is your home. You know our struggles. And since you left, you have always kept faith with us. You've always supported us. The three people say, Nipaya Diosai. So we have just a little token to say thank you to you and the team, the corporate social responsibility team. You've been helpful to us in the year gone by. So please bring it up this. No, don't open it. You bring it up. I don't want people to see what's in it. Bring it. So first, Sheikh, we have something here that we want to say thank you to you. Thank you so much for all that you continue to do for us here at the Ministry of Information. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very. No, when you open, you see what's in it. Thank you very much. And then, Madam, thank you very, very, very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. The MPA is helpful to us in many instances, and we just want to say thank you. Like they say in Acts 3:6, silver and gold we don't have, but what we have, we give unto you. So we want to thank you all for coming, and we...
Chairman, I have a background in business, but one of the businesses that I've done in the past, a company called Into IT, have worked on a lot of IT projects with government. To chip in, my PhD focused on that because I was able to unearth that if you sharpen your vision, share it, you'll be able to achieve mutual understanding in the execution of government projects. My job, principally, is to ensure that the vision of government is sharpened, explained, the objectives so set, and I lead the team in the ministry, the same team, to achieve a different, much higher productivity. In fact, if you look at my background, I did a project at the Controller and Accountant General's Department. It was not possible to solve these ghost names problems. They had bedeviled this country for so many years. In the last 8 years, my software have removed about 60,000 people from the payroll. Before we started, Mr. Chairman, it looked impossible. But we studied the problem, we designed a solution, we implemented the solution with the same people at Accountant General and we achieved the results. We have gone on to implement other software products in government and has achieved marvelously in Ghana and in the sub-region. So I have an experience with working with people and working with the public servants. And I believe that this same skill will lead me to achieve the set objectives of government in the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Yes, there are donor funds at the ministry. The ministry is executing several projects that are being funded by the European Union, the World Bank, and others. In fact, in the last couple of years, there have been some gaps in some funding that we received from the EU. We're going to work on all that to make sure that as things normalize around the world, we have a fair share to drive our great productivity in Ghana. And I'm sure that as we do that, there will be more opportunities for fertilizer and all the interest that private business people have in the country.
Mommy, you basically see my cotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Would you send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Requires that, I think after 15 years, I'm not sure, after 15 years from the establishment of the fund, we can spend the interest accruing to the fund by simple management. And so I will recommend that we keep the Heritage Fund until when it is appropriate for us to spend it. That will also help us to build buffer. This is not the only problems we're going to have in this economy. Economies are cyclical. There are ups and downs, and so when we are, down, we could rely on the buffers like the Heritage Fund in future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And the second one is on Ghana's carried interest in our oil blocks at 10%. Do you think time has come for us to change the kind of petroleum agreements we sign and to tax holders of the block, or, as it were, to change our petroleum agreements to suit the times? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the petroleum agreements that we have serve certain purposes. One of this is to generate revenue for the state from oil production. The other one is also what we call non-fiscal benefits. Local content, value addition. And so if you are looking at the benefits of a petroleum agreement, it's important you look at it from the total net benefit and not to take the carried interest alone as the basis for concluding that the petroleum agreements are not serving as well. Developing oil and gas resources in a country must go through a number of stages. If you are a frontier area, you've just made discoveries, you didn't have the oil, and so you need petroleum agreements that can attract investors into the country. When you are maturing, then you graduate in terms of your fiscal terms. So what I usually call the foundation petroleum agreements of Ghana, they had lower terms. But even then, you cannot just reduce it to 10%. because it's important to look at the net fiscal benefits. And by the net fiscal benefits, you have royalty, you have the carried interest, then you also have corporate taxes. And so you need to be able to bring all of them together to determine the fiscal benefit the country will get, and not just the carried interest. And so, Mr. Chairman, the petroleum agreements that we signed after the discovery of Jubilee had better fiscal terms than those before the discovery. And this is how it is going to graduate up to the time we mature, to the extent that we can say we don't even need to have a petroleum agreement with any foreign company. We want to do it ourselves so that we can have all the benefits. And so I will not say let's change it, because the law makes it flexible for us. It is based on the decisions that we do with the companies that will determine our take or the fiscal benefits the country will get from those petroleum agreements. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, the last one is on a famous road in Tamale, from Tamale through Nantong. I see your caucus chair here. Through Gushau, he's also here, and to Kaga. That road, I believe, is a very important road for the region and for the government as well. What is the status of that road? Thank you. And what are you going to do now that you are being elevated to the high office of Minister of State in charge of funds to ensure that that very important road is tackled for the good people of the Northern region? Thank you for congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The road you are referring to is the Tamale Nantong Karga Gushagu Road. That road is a very important road for us, very critical, because the Gushagu Karga Nantong areas are farming areas where our job is agriculture. And so it should be possible for us to be able to move the produce, agricultural produce, to the markets in Tamale and beyond. And we also need that road to open up the area in order for us to promote industrial development in the area. And you need to be able to link those areas with the rest of the country. So that road is very important. Unfortunately, the contractor has been on the road for some time now. The 3 MPs along the road, we have had several meetings. We have engaged the contractor. We've also engaged the Minister for Roads to ensure that that road is given attention. And so if this committee and Parliament looks favorably at me and I'm approved, I believe I can prioritize this in my discussions with the Minister for Finance in order for us to support this project to get it completed for the people to benefit from this.
Yes, Honorable Sosu. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Nominee, considering the current state of our economy and the calls by many that government must downsize, do you honestly believe that with the existence of a substantive Minister of Finance, we need a Minister of State in charge of finance again?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have heard over the last 20 years people complain about the size of government. And therefore, under every party in government, people have complained about the numbers. They complain about this under President Kufuor, under President Mills, under President Mahama, and today. What I haven't heard is what the appropriate size of government should be. And so that is a subject we can debate. Even as they are calling for downsizing of government, we need to ask ourselves, what is government? Because government includes Parliament. And I've heard other people say that the size of Parliament is huge. And so we need to debate as to what the appropriate size will be. Should it be benchmarked to the size of our budget, for example? Should it be benchmarked to the size of our population? for example. And so this is a subject we can continue to discuss to determine the appropriate size. But until then, every president would take a decision that reflects what he thinks is best to be able to carry out the functions of the state.
Honorable Chair, given the fact that you are a renowned economist, someone who has a very rich background in economics, and given the fact that you have a lot of experience in public life, you would agree with many Ghanaians who are saying that desperate times require desperate measures. In other words, when your economy is on its knee and requiring assistance from the IMF, then government or the executive must show leadership by cutting down its own expenditure. Don't you agree that it stands to reason that where there are duplications of ministers, particularly in charge of a similar sector, there will be the need to reduce the numbers in those areas as a way of showing commitment, especially when you're asking others to have haircuts?
Mr. Chairman, I think that we need to put this in proper perspective. As I indicated earlier, downsizing is relative. For example, the number of ministers President Akufo-Addo had in his first term, it's not the same as today. And so to that extent, there has been downsizing. But as I listen to you, it appears you are still not satisfied. And this is why I said earlier that downsizing is relative. To what extent? What will be the appropriate size? I haven't heard anybody mention that appropriate size. And so if we have to debate and agree as a country, that let's benchmark the number of ministers we have in any government to the size of the budget, or let's benchmark it to the size of the population of our country. That, in my view, will be more scientific and appropriate means of determining what the size of government should be. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable nominee, what would you consider as a very progressive policy direction to reduce our debt levels so we can reach debt sustainability?
You can reach debt sustainability in three main ways, if you like. The first one is by increasing your GDP. By increasing productivity, production activity, and then through that, increasing the size of the gross domestic product. You can also do this by increasing the size of your revenue. And then you can also do this by reducing your expenditure. And so there are different ways by which you can improve debt sustainability, because revenue and expenditure side will lead to reduction in the debt size, because your deficit certainly will be reduced. And so apart from the revenue expenditure side, then as I indicated, you need to also look at how to improve the supply side so that productivity is enhanced, economic activity is enhanced, and then the gross domestic product can be increased. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I was asking what exactly, what kind of leadership he will provide in that respect. So in that examples you gave us, which one would he prescribe?
Available leader. Unfortunately, your leadership did not last long, so you cannot enjoy the benefit of the leadership. So kindly have your three. Yes. Majority. Very well. Yes, Honorable Ayaga.
Thank you very much. I'd like to assist him with a follow-up question on your. Yeah, that's my prerogative to use my first main question as a follow-up to build on a point, because the key issue is the size of government, cutting down Now, you said that what the strategy for debt sustainability is to grow GDP, to mobilize more revenue, to cut down expenditure. Those are the three options. Now, tell me, how much time does it take to grow GDP? How much time does it take to improve revenue mobilization? And relative to how easy it is to cut down on expenditure. In a crisis like this, do you think that those advising you to cut down on expenditure are just being political? Do you think that those advising you that, look, what you can do easily in the first instance is to cut down on expenditure, working to expand GDP whilst you're working to increase revenue? Because if all your indicators are dysfunctional as they are now, it is almost impossible to increase GDP growth as it is now. Bank interest rates are so high, inflation is so high, everything is so high, so businesses cannot really thrive. A lot of them will shut down. So GDP growth is almost impossible in this environment. Okay? Raising revenue is almost impossible because there's no growth taking place. People are not making money to pay taxes. So the immediate is to cut down on expenditure. Will we be right to say that, look, what you can do immediately is to cut down on expenditure?
Mr. Chairman, if you want to grow the economy, increase the size of the GDP, expenditure, what we call expansionary fiscal policy, is one of the routes to increasing GDP. And so cutting down expenditure will also disable GDP growth. And so what I think is necessary is to find out what type of expenditure do we need to cut down. There are forms of expenditure that you just cannot touch. For example, salaries. You also have your debt service. So if we have to cut down expenditure, then it's the investment component of expenditure that we are seeking to cut. And that is also where GDP growth comes from. And so you need to be able to evaluate the expenditure that can enhance growth, and then you support that. Expenditure that will not, I mean, then you can look at cutting down on those expenditure.
Yes. So expenditure that propels growth, okay, which is like you said, investments, infrastructure, and etc. They are growth enhancing in character. But governmental inefficiency manifests in multiple appointees performing role, so that you don't really get any added value to these positions. Will you agree that those type of wastages should be pruned? If the parliament is huge, and we think that the parliament doesn't really add any value in terms of its numbers, we can go and then realign the constituencies. Same way as we are saying, and I've held the view for so many years that given developments in technology, transportation, communication, it's easier for one person to manage a bigger constituency now than it was in the past. So there's nothing wrong with maintaining the numbers as they are or even reducing them. The same way, I also think that looking at the office of the president with over 330-something political appointees, I'm not talking about the technical staff who have been reassigned from ministries, over 330 political appointees in the office of the president. Don't you think all these things should be reduced?
Mr. Chairman, any advice or decision on reducing the number of people working at the presidency must be based on an evaluation. There must be a proper evaluation, so that when you do the job evaluation, that will show those who are not relevant. But to just say, let's cut down without any such basis, I will have problem with that, Mr. Chairman.
The Chairman, how many more opportunities do I have? Oh, Chairman. Chairman, the opposition around this table is just too much. We are finding solutions to the problems of this country. Chairman, my last question would have been his exact role at the ministry, but I will not ask that question, Mr. Chairman. My last question is a current issue, which is the domestic debt exchange, and how the Minister of Finance has handled the process to the exclusion of Parliament, and a call that he must come to Parliament for parliamentary approval of the renegotiated arrangements that he has with creditors and etc. So, what is your take on that one?
Mr. Chairman, Parliament is an important institution in the governance of our country. And as we know, including myself, we are the people's representatives. And so consulting Parliament on major policies like that is appropriate. But my understanding is that when the minister submitted the budget for 2023, and I went through the budget, the issue of debt operation was in the budget, and Parliament approved the budget. And so,
was it the policy or the details of the debt exchange program that was in the budget? Was it just the mention of a policy that we will do this? Or was it the details?
But Parliament is to be consulted on the policy. As for the details, the operational details, I think the ministry should be allowed to do that. If the minister has to come to Parliament every day on the operational
Financial Management Act.
Yes.
Yeah. Tim, answer your question, please.
So I'm saying that if every minister has to come to Parliament to consult on the operational details of every policy, I'm wondering whether government can run, you know. And so, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that Parliament approved the debt operation, and that is what the minister is implementing. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. I'll move on. Yes, Honorable Zuera.
Oh, that's my brother. Yeah, that's my brother. I need to say something nice to him. Congratulations, my brother. And I greet all my relatives. Nitumapam. Nah. Honorable Omni, I have only one question for you. And of course, you and I have known ourselves for long, so I know what your capabilities are. And I just want you to share with this committee, having been at the Energy Ministry as a Deputy Minister for, I think, close to 6 years, you would have garnered a lot of experience and a lot of insight into nation building, basically. How do you think this experience is going to help you in your new position? And what would you say is your legacy at the Energy Ministry? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start with the legacy. As you know, I was Deputy Minister. I was supposed to assist my ministers, and I successfully served under 3 ministers of energy: the Honorable Bachi Ajako, the Honorable John Peter Ameu, and the Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempeh. I think that it is an important legacy because 3 ministers have come to meet me there. And the fact that the fact that I've been able to work with them successfully to deliver on their mandate given them by the President, I think it's a very important development in my life. I've gained so much experience, diversity of experience from the 3 ministers I've served under. And I am going to the Minister of Finance when I'm approved by this committee in Parliament to continue to apply that experience in my working relationship with the Minister for Finance. Thank you.
Yes. Gisela.
I'll leave you to him. Honorable nominee, good evening, and good evening to your family and friends. As a former MC of Tamale Metropolitan Assembly, what financial reforms would you recommend to municipal, metropolitan, and district assemblies as you head to the Ministry of Finance? In other words, what advice can you give as you head to this new ministry as a Minister of State? What advice can you give to the Minister of Finance? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to recall how my relationship with the Minister for Finance started. It actually started when I was the Minister of Finance. And as you know, even though we are a decentralized country, resources sent to assemblies are often not enough to be able to meet the development needs of the assemblies. And so I met him and discussed the possibility of issuing the first municipal bond in Ghana in order to raise private capital to support the development of the assembly. And the minister then offered advice, technical advice, but also agreed to host a meeting of stakeholders to discuss developments in Tamale, where I was the mayor. That was how my relationship with him started. And so in future, we may be looking at that possibility in order to insulate our over-reliance on government finances for the development of metropolitan and district assemblies. But but if you have municipal bonds, you can do that relying on the back of revenue generated by the assemblies. The assemblies do a lot of income, IGF, income generation. The assemblies get revenue from different sources, apart from what the government allocates to them. And so you can do a municipal bond against those revenue. Also, you can do a municipal bond for a project that will generate revenue to pay for the bond. And so these are all opportunities that we could explore. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you mentioned the bonds, everybody on the table got excited because I think there's fatigue and people are becoming a bit risk averse after the ecosystem of bonds that have been issued by the Ministry of Finance, I think have got a bit of a shake-up. So, so my next question is contractors' payments. Contractors' payments. I think over the years, there are a lot of uncompleted projects that are dotted along the whole landscape of the country. And successive governments come and go and still talk about new projects that they need to award for reasons awarding authorities. But yet, the country is losing so much with a lot of projects that are uncompleted, and also payments that are not made on time. And so basic project management principles of projects being able to be carried out with the right quality, on time and all that, are almost thrown to the wind. What can the Ministry of Finance do this time better to be able to ensure that the wastage in the system is minimized? Because I think it comes to a point where it keeps on rolling over and we're not seeing much headway. What would you suggest to your minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When projects are delayed, they lead to unnecessary cost overruns. And the fact that the projects are not completed also deprived communities from the benefits of these projects. So it's important that we do projects when we have the resources to complete those projects. What I know the ministry has been doing for some time now is the introduction of the commencement certificate. You know, that you will not be able to start a project unless you have a commencement certificate. Even to award a project, you need a commencement certificate. So that has limited somehow off-budgetary spending on projects. In the past, when ministries are allocated funds, then they start implementing their procurement plans without recourse to whether the money is available or not. But with the introduction of the commencement certificate, that has limited such spending. And I believe we should even deepen that. Also, the gift mix system should be deepened. It is working well. We can even do better in order to ensure that we control the number of projects that agencies do without having the money to pay for those projects. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So you do agree that there's wastage in the system, and don't you agree? Honorable nominee, I think sometimes what you suggest is sometimes more of a bit of a theory than a practice, because from what we know in the built environment ecosystem, things have still not changed for the better as you suggest. So I would plead that if you do get the nod, when you go there, try and make a change. Now my last question is, what would you do if your advice isn't taken?
Mr. Chairman, the sector minister takes responsibility for every policy implemented by the ministry and eventually to the president as the president of the country. So I can advise, but I'm not sure my advice will not be taken. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Eric, before you, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The honorable nominee raised the issue of municipal bonds. And I've heard colleagues talk about cocoa bonds, several bonds. My question has to do with a point you made, that if you issue municipal bonds and you invest the proceeds in capital projects, you wouldn't have challenges, paying back the loans plus the interest that will accrue. Are you implying that our current economic challenge, specifically with regards to our inability to service our debts, stems from the fact that we did not invest the proceeds of the loan into capital projects?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, if you look at our debt profile and why the debt levels are where they are, the Honorable Minister for Finance has clearly communicated the reasons over and over. We have read also from the budgets that have been presented to us in Parliament the reasons why the debt levels have gotten to that level. COVID spending was one of the reasons. The crystallization of the energy sector debts was another. Then also the cleaning of the financial sector cleaning. Those have taken us to that levels. But also the exchange rate effect, the depreciation of the cedi. And so we understand very well where the debts are coming from. But that is not to say that they haven't been spent in productive areas. For example, the COVID spending, we all understand, was about life and death. And any government that will invest to save the lives of the people of the country, I don't think that can be considered unproductive. The energy sector is a very critical sector in our economy. The least we can do for industry is to make sure that the lights are on, because that is where they can be able to produce. That is where, when they continue to produce, they are able to create jobs for our people. And so spending on the energy sector areas is a very productive spending. And then the financial sector are cleaning. And so the roads that we have built, investing in education, investing in health infrastructure, have all come from our taxes and also from the loans that we have taken. And so I will not say that we didn't invest this money, but we have been overtaken by events leading to spending that were not necessarily in projects like energy or roads or education, but to save lives of the people of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, my second question is still on the debts. We normally attribute our current economic challenge to COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war. But you know, when the impact of COVID came down, G20 made available a facility, a program, the Debt Service Sustainability Initiative, under which countries that subscribe had debt service suspension that offered them some kind of relief to enable them restore fiscal consolidation. At that time, our finance minister was the chairman of the DC. In one of his presentations, he pleaded for extension of the debt service sustainability, the period of the initiative. Unfortunately, Ghana did not subscribe to that. Can you explain to us why, in spite of our debt level and the fact that we are unable to service the debt, leading to the restriction or the closure of our access to the bond market and several other consequences, Ghana refused to take advantage of this special initiative, which was developed to offer relief to poor countries like us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, whilst I appreciate the point made by the honourable member, I don't have brief on this subject matter. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm unable to provide an answer to this. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, can the nominee assure this committee that you will go and look into it and later furnish the committee with... No, I'm not giving him any condition. Anyway, let me ask. Napo and his people will pounce on me. Now, my last question. Auditor General's report. Mr. Chairman, as the upgraded Deputy Minister of State, has just stated, I'm interested in the issue about how we have handled the resources meant for the fight against COVID-19. Honestly, the pandemic devastated nations and thrown a lot of nations off track. Unfortunately, when you look at the Auditor General's report that was submitted to us, clearly we have not handled the resources very well. Now we are at the IMF trying to be enrolled onto a program from which we estimate to have about $3 billion to resuscitate the Ghanaian economy. Now, if we give you the nod, you move into that ministry, you move to the Ministry of Finance. What assurance can you give to the good people of Ghana that if given the opportunity, you go into that ministry, and if by God's grace we succeed in our negotiations with IMF, and the facility is granted to us, you will collaborate with your minister to ensure judicious use of the resources that will be made available to us, so that we won't have a report damning as what was captured in the Auditor General's report to us.
Honorable, before you come to that, Auditor General's report, is it final? We here, we know that eventually when it comes before the Public Accounts Committee, what happens? Some of the so-called findings are withdrawn, some are seen to be unjustifiable. So we should be very worried how we use it and give the impression to the public that what they have said is final. But there's, if you may answer, he's talking about judicious use of public funds. Please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will, to the best of my ability. Thank you, Chair.
I didn't. He has answered the question. No. You said the judicious use of public funds.
Because he has disallowed the question completely. And so, Mr. Speaker, you should give me the opportunity to ask the other question. Very, very important. Once the foundation of the question has been, destroyed, the question can no longer hold, and the new question must be, posed to the nominee. Honorable nominee, when you are exercising leadership, the most important thing is about getting people to trust you, to confide in you as somebody who is capable of leading the group to your destination. You are going to the Ministry of Finance. The Minister of Finance himself has come under serious attack to the extent that members, a sizable number of members of Parliament from the majority side, have indicated that the man should be sacked. And several other members, in fact, the entire minority caucus has also supported this cause. This is a clear indication that majority of Ghanaians have lost confidence in our finance ministers. I said majority of Ghanaians because we are representing them. And so if majority of parliamentarians have lost confidence in the minister, by extension, it means that majority of Ghanaians have lost confidence in our finance minister. Honourable members, you are all with us. You are all part of it. Why are you doing this? And so now you are going to the ministry to work with this minister whose confidence is at the lowest ebb as we speak. What do you think can be done to restore confidence in leadership so that the good people of Ghana will have some kind of hope? Now we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, because it looks as if Ghanaians are desperate. They have lost hope in the finance minister and the entire team. What do you think must be done to restore that hope, so that as you join the team?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think we all know that life is not a fixed one. Life is ups and downs. And in the life of every country, there will be downturns. There will also be times of good things happening to the country. And we face these things independence. And so it is true that we have faced some challenges in the of our country. I mentioned COVID, and just when COVID was subsiding in terms of its fiscal impact, the Russia-Ukraine war also came. Inflation around the world increased because food prices went very high. Petroleum prices went very high. And we can see several countries, the central banks of several countries, using monetary tightening to contain inflation. But this Minister for Finance, the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, has not abandoned ship. He's still here to take us through these troubles, through these difficulties, and I can see light at the end of the tunnel. Inflation just reduced after 19 months or so. Last month, inflation has come down, although marginally. There is hope in sight. The economy has recovered from when we grew 0.5% in 2020, when COVID afflicted us so much. Now we are growing at positive growth rates. And so the economy is going to recover and recover. And I think that bold leadership is not to run away from troubles, but to stay, work with people, and with the grace of God, get around those troubles and bring hope back. And that is what I see the minister and the entire government is doing at the moment. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister for.
Minister Ekopoku says I have no question. But my question is simple. I think one of the longest serving deputy ministers of energy. Today you do realize that some of your ministers are here supporting you. It's remarkable that I have to put it on record. As probably good service has paid off with the promotion. And as you go to the Ministry of Finance, I know you're going to work hard. 2 big government programs that was entrusted to Dr. Amin Anta, the energy transition and our gold for oil. And on both, yes, he's doing that. I'm giving them the cover. And on both occasions, he's distinguished himself. So I hope this committee, would see our colleague. When you look at the Constitution, the qualification to be a minister really is as a member of Parliament, your qualification. I hope this committee give our colleague a resounding endorsement and encourage him that as he goes to the Ministry of Finance, he produce governance, me and you. So, you see, vetting is never to ask questions. Let's get it right. It's never. It's to compliment as well. So I'm complimenting him for the work that he has done. Let me compliment. I have 3 shots as compliment. This is number 1.
Address me.
Chairman, thank you. Eric Opoku, go away. So, your work, the president has seen and has promoted you. So continue to do the hard work, and God will continue to raise and make you better. But that's my first compliment. My second compliment.
Honorable, if you are going to ask another question, I'll allow you.
Okay, I have 2 other questions.
Compliment is enough. Please ask a question. Yes, Honorable Aga.
Mr. Chairman, let me thank my boss for the compliments. I truly appreciate that. It takes a good leader to also recognize the contributions of his subordinates. And I'm greatly indebted to you for the opportunity of working well with you. I thank you.
Honorable Dr. Amin Anta, let me place on record that Honorable Anta has been an elder brother to me, and so I'd ask him just 2 questions. I would have exhausted my 3 questions, but because he's my elder brother, ask 2. Doc, on the 14th of February, reported that the IMF had appointed a Swiss funding financial supervision advisor to provide technical support to the Bank of Ghana. And this is how they couched the language. As, and I quote, the West African nation strives to obtain executive board approval for a $3 billion bailout. How did you receive this news?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's important to know that even in times when Ghana did not receive an IMF support, Ghana continued to cooperate in terms of technical cooperation with the IMF, receiving technical assistance from the IMF. That has continued to be a feature of our relationship. And so whether somebody is appointed to sit in the Bank of Ghana or the person is sitting in Washington, the technical support provided to Ghana is something that has been going on. Now, my understanding is that anytime a country has an IMF program, they appoint somebody to go and work closely with the central bank to ensure that we do not drill from whatever progress that we'll be making under the program. So for me, it wasn't any surprise at all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, I don't know whether you are versed with the constitutional provisions that sets up the Bank of Ghana, Article 1. And if you look at 183, the whole of it, it spells out the functions of the bank. Basically, the bank is a regulator. My worry is that this phenomenon of having advisors, foreign advisors, designated to... And if you look at the 183 in a way positions the Bank of Ghana as an independent entity. Not even the finance ministry has the power to direct the Bank of Ghana in the performance of its functions. All right, so where you have a technical advisor, Honorable Dr. Anta, what do you think is the relationship between the two, whereby the advisor professes some opinion or advice and the Bank of Ghana thinks otherwise? How do we resolve that conflict? And don't you think that such a conflict has the potential to undermine the independence of the bank as envisaged by the framers of the Constitution?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Ghana is a member of the IMF, and the central bank is mostly our representative at the bank. Indeed, the IMF is the global central bank of all central banks of countries. And so that relationship already exists. And the advice they give to us, I'm not sure has in any way ever conflicted with the regulatory duty, the regulatory work of the central bank. As far as I know, the central bank has a board, and the board is supposed to be taking policies and approving bank. And so to the extent that an advice proffered by somebody appointed by the central bank is inconsistent, or to the extent that it would derail whatever progress the central bank is making in its monetary policy, I doubt if the central bank will give in to that, Mr. Chairman, because they have done well over the years working with the IMF, but I'm not sure in any way that relationship has somehow conflicted with the regulatory duties of the central bank. I'm not sure about that.
Mr. Chair, with your leave, honorable colleague, I have chairman's leave for clarification.
Now you're going to
Okay, I just want a clarification on that, something so that.
Don't worry. When he finishes, I'll give it to you.
Yeah. Honorable nominee, just a point of clarification. In your answer to our colleague on the appointment of an advisor to the central bank, you explained that it is not new, and that it's been going on. So you would disagree with anybody who would attempt to say that the IMF appointing an advisor to the central bank is as a result of some mismanagement or some inefficiencies on the part of the managers of our central bank. You would disagree with anybody who would attempt to say that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What would be your basis?
Mr. Chairman, I'm quite familiar with the work of the IMF. And if you go to the IMF, they have advisors on every country. They have technical lead for Ghana, they have technical lead for Nigeria. They have that. And apart from that, they have offices here that are headed by their resident country directors, if you like. And so what I was trying to say is that whether somebody appointed to sit in the bank or sit in Washington, that relationship already exists. Particularly when the IMF is going to commit up to $3 billion to Ghana to improve on our balance of payments, I don't see anything wrong with the IMF sending an officer, because IMF program is going to have a menu of conditions that have to be met. And so if there is an advisor working with them to ensure that these conditions are met, the policies we agreed to implement with them are implemented, I don't see that conflicting with the independence and the regulatory work of the central bank. So, Mr. Chairman, this is my view on that. Thank you.
Are you done? Yes. Now, Doc, my last question, and has to do with the gold for oil deal. I'm sure as Deputy Minister for Energy, you are privy to the terms of that transaction. Now, my question to you is, has government appointed a broker for the transaction? He's privy to the terms.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the central bank, by their law, can buy and sell gold. And so in carrying out this function, the central bank is also independent. of the government. So what is happening under the gold for oil money is for the central bank to continue its role of supporting the international transactions of the country through their reserves. And they can keep reserves in dollars, they can keep reserves in gold, they can even buy more gold than what they need as reserves in order to support the international transactions of the country. And this is exactly what the central bank is doing in this case. As to who they sell the gold to, I'm sure that is what you are referring to as broker. They sell gold to so many people already. And as I speak to you, under the Gold for Oil program, there is one of the companies that has agreed to supply oil to Bost, which is taking gold directly, not through. And so, as far as that is concerned, I don't think there is something like a broker appointed by government. They sell gold to different people. And the broker in this sense is maybe somebody who buys the gold and also resell to other people. That is what I'm sure you may be referring to as broker. And there are so many companies. In fact, last week, I was in a meeting with the gold team of the Bank of Ghana and another company that was seeking to buy gold from the Bank of Ghana. There are even Ghanaian companies that buy the gold for the Bank of Ghana, but that clients out there are no longer getting gold through the local buyers. And so this is what happened under the Gold for Oil program, unless you have a specific issue you want us to discuss.
Ask a question. You have changed it. All right. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me also acknowledge the presence of our revered chiefs and leaders from the northern region, especially the Karga area, and the family of my big brother, Mohammed Amin Anta. Let me begin. My colleague, Honorable James Agalga, left off. The gold for oil. And your previous minister, under whom you worked, has just revealed that you at the ministry was in charge of this transaction. Now, listening to you just a while ago, you indicated that what the Bank of Ghana is doing is part of, quote, supporting government international transaction of the country. It's part of their role to support government international transactions of the country. Now, if you 181, especially 5 of the Constitution, shouldn't such international transactions be subject for Parliament's consideration?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me correct an impression if it was unfortunately created to mean that I talked about government international transactions. I said Ghana's international transactions. And so when BDCs, bulk distribution companies, go to the Bank of Ghana in search for forex to pay for the import of petroleum product, that is an international transaction of the country. So the Bank of Ghana performs that duty by supporting through their forex reserves or gold reserves international transactions of the country.
Well, you said government international transactions. If that was a slip, I will take it, and perhaps we'll look at that later on. But I have looked at the Customs Duties Act, Act 502. It does not exempt gold from duty when importing or exporting. Can you tell us how much duty has been paid on the gold used for this transaction so far?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware. I don't know, because really, unless I make research at the Customs Division to determine that. And I'm sure the committee is well positioned to demand that information. But the Bank of Ghana, as I said earlier, has been buying gold and selling gold. And so if we want to know the duty they have paid, it may be important to also contact the Bank of Ghana, since they have been doing this for some time now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have a number of legislations in this field. You have the Minerals and Mining Act, Act 703, that should license, people who want to buy or sell gold or even own gold. You have the Bank of Ghana Act that also prohibits the import and export of gold without Bank of Ghana's authorization. And I just referred to the customs duties. And earlier we had a conversation also around the Constitution itself, Article 181(5). Given this lack of transparency, or seeming lack of transparency, and obvious confusion in the minds of many when you listen to the discussions across the country, especially in relation to whether there is a fair exchange, that recognizes the value for what each party is presenting, whether they are brokers or they are intermediaries, whether these brokers or intermediaries are foreigners or local. Shouldn't that make it a case for Parliament that is the representative, that has the representative of the people to properly scrutinize and be fairly brief on what really this is all about, so that we are not surprised in the future about some ghosts hiding in some corners as a result of this transaction?
Mr. Chairman, I know that Parliament scrutinizes the work of the Central Bank, of the Bank of Ghana. And so to the extent that Parliament wants to take up any issue the Central Bank is involved in, I think it's right. It's in the right direction.
Now, finally, let me take you home. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this one is very important. Mr. Chairman, I've spent all my questions on the gold. If you just allow me this one, it is a local question, Mr. Chairman, please. That's why I pleaded with you before. That's why I pleaded with you before I went for the third one. Please. Oh, it's just something up between he and I. It's a normal. I mean, between he and myself. Thank you, Chairman. God bless you. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Chairman. I say this is a question that I consider personal between himself and myself, because it relates to something that he said in 2012. Mr. Chairman, he is known to have been one of the youngest and the best performing NPP parliamentary candidates in the year 2000 when he contested on the ticket of the NPP. He served well as deputy minister, served well as municipal chief executive, mayor of Tamale. I was then a broadcaster in Tamale when he was the mayor of Tamale. His party lost power, Mr. Chairman, and he rebranded himself very well as a civil society activist formed the ASEP that was very and still very influential in civil society works. The Chamba, he said something that struck me when he almost was transitioning from politics, and I want to share with him, with your permission. He said, Northerners have not benefited from NPP and NDC. He said, Northerners have not benefited from MPP and NDC. And he said, quote, with all the elections we have participated in, with all the political parties we have been committed and loyal to, what have they delivered to us? Have we gotten the true meaning of democracy? Have we gotten the true meaning of elections? What we have gotten is poverty. What we have gotten is poverty. What we have gotten is hunger, chieftaincy conflicts, illiteracy, and ignorance. Majority of Northerners are followers and not beneficiaries of the two main political parties. We are being used. When there are conflicts, we are there. Even the most vocal people in the political parties are Northerners. Yet, when it comes to resource allocation, we are marginalized. When it comes to the positions they give us does not empower us to bring development to our people directly. This, you said, when you engage students at the Tamale Technical University in 2012. Mr. Chairman, with your experience again in government, what do you think about this thought-provoking speech that you made that day, with your experience in government?
Mr. Chairman, it was, but most of the words I can't remember. I can't remember them. Yes. But Mr. Chairman, let me say this. The North is a very important area in this country. And what I see government come in and go is just to do the usual projects of building schools, building hospitals, and they are important. There's no doubt about the fact that we need schools, we need hospitals. But I want to see further what we call transformative investments, because that is what will take the people out of poverty. And this is what the yes, Mr. Chairman, and this is what the MPP government is doing. I'm sure our colleagues know that the Eastern Corridor Road is far advanced. That is transformative because it's linking the entire North with the South, giving us an alternate route apart from the Accra-Kumasi road. And you can imagine the number of investment projects that can impact positively on the lives of the people along that route. That's transformative. The airport project is very transformative. Polugu is very transformative because apart from increasing generation capacity, the Polugu project is to massively support the irrigation of farms. And so these are the transformative projects I think we should be supporting the North with in order to empower the people and facilitate accelerated development. So, Mr. Chairman, if I said anything close to that, then that is correct. But most of the words were not mine. Thank you.
Very well.
Thank you.
Leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wish the nominee well, but I was hoping he will address the issue of the fact that despite his contributions, he's now being made a Minister of State when he has served as Deputy Minister all these years, despite his long-standing contributions in the past.
Honorable, you are lucky that we are finished. This would have cost you opportunity to ask questions for the next one.
Honorable Dr. Anta, Is the establishment of University of Development Studies transformational?
Yes, it is transformational.
Is the airport upgrading project, which started with phase 1, the runway, which currently gives us the longest runway in the country, over 3 kilometers, is it transformational?
I've already mentioned that.
The Terminal Teaching Hospital, is it transformational?
Yes, it is transformational, but it is alongside the normal projects of building hospitals and building schools. But I am saying that I want to see transformative projects. And so, yes, UDS is a transformative project. The NDC established UDS, and they must take the credit for that. The projects I mentioned were projects the MPP has done, and that I consider transformative.
Yeah, you didn't explain that the Tamale Airport project is in phases, and that the phase 1 is actually the runway, which was completed. The phase 2, which is the terminal building, actually this house approved funding. The bank pulled out, and indeed, under President Akufo-Addo, the bank Santander was substituted, and this is what led to the completion of that. But if you say you mentioned the airport as NPP, that would have been saying half of the fact. That's all I want to say. Of course, I would give credit to President Akufo-Addo for continuing what has been started. Indeed, that is what the directive principles of state policy requires governments to do. So, Ridge Hospital, there's a you have refused to do. Rather, you are building a Bank of Ghana at a higher price opposite. I'm not sure how many people benefit from a Bank of Ghana building instead of a hospital. But we'll leave that one at that. Okay. Do you run any private business yourself?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Private business?
No, sir.
But if you were to be running a private business and the business is in crisis, what sort of people will you require to be able to make sure, if you haven't even gotten, there's nothing speculative about this, leader. This is a committee of parliament. Yes. No. Chairman, do not allow leader to come here and use the standing order. This he's not leader. Let me ask you. Hold on. Let me ask you. He's not currently the minister. You are not the minister of finance, isn't it? You are anticipating being the minister of finance. Why should I even interview when you are not yet the minister of finance? Because I'm anticipating you are going to be that. So I don't see anything wrong if I say that if you were to be running a private business and the business is in crisis, what sort of person will you expect to run the business?
As much as possible, I was hoping that you take advice, guide yourself, and rephrase your question, so that I don't have to rule.
Minister, Deputy Minister, you see, it is okay for my colleagues to constitute themselves to my right-hand side. Anytime you ask a question which matters to Ghanaians, they interject, harass, and everything. But I will still ask my question. I will still ask, like you. Honorable, majority of your colleagues, I'm not sure if you are one of those people, openly said they consider the current finance minister incapable of solving our problems, i.e. he drove us into this ditch. They want him out, and they said that publicly. A lot of people in our country said the same thing. As you are going to take a position as a minister of state at the finance ministry, do you believe that if the substantive minister is somebody almost all your colleagues are calling on to either resign or be sacked, don't you think that taking this position, you are just going to be working with somebody who is just going to make sure that whatever qualities you have will not be shown because he's a disaster? Will you say that he should be sacked before you take your position?
Honorable, change the word disaster. He is a disaster. The phrase is unparliamentary.
He's not a human being as a disaster. His actions and inactions has brought disastrous consequences to the economy of this country. If you were to be the president of Ghana, President Akufo-Addo, will you still be hiring Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta as the substantive Minister of Finance for this country? I want your answer.
Mr. Chairman, if the president wanted me to be the finance minister, he would have appointed me as finance minister.
Honorable, we have the economic management team made up of fantastic people, as Dr. Baumia will say. I don't know if you are one of them. We have a Minister of Finance. We have 2 deputies. We have economic advisors. Now you are being nominated as a Minister of Finance, not as a Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance. Exactly what is it that the economic management team is unable to do? What the Minister of Finance and his 2 deputies are unable to do? What the numerous economic advisors are unable to do that you personally will be able to do?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the President has found me to be somebody who can make a contribution. And so whatever contribution I'm going to make, I believe, together with what the economic management team is doing, I believe it will help take this country further in our development efforts. Thank you.
You believe that people who I've just mentioned in all the categories don't have what it takes to do this until you come on board?
Mr. Chairman, it takes everybody to contribute to the building of a country. And so in whatever small way I can contribute, I'm happy to contribute to that. And I'm very happy that the President has recognized that I can also make a little contribution to the development of our country.
You are already part of government. Is there anything you could offer which you are not already offering?
I'm going to play a different role, and that will be also another form of contributing further to our development effort.
In an answer to a question regarding the road network, or a particular road in your area, you lamented, and I agree with you. Every member of parliament, even those who have roads, want that road expanded or improved. Somebody will say roads in our cities are better, but until I saw residents of Swami descend on our leader, then I realized that not only villagers need roads. Minister, if you look at Appendix C of the 2020 and Appendix B on the 2023 budget, you will see that the government projected that we may be raking in 2.4 billion Ghana cedi through road fund. But if you look at Appendix C, 3C, the minister only is going to give, or has only given, just about 1 billion to the road fund. When you look at the same appendix, Get Fund is projected to rake in 4.6 billion cedis this year. NHIS, similar amount of money. But on those 2 accounts as well, only half of that money will be given to either Get Fund or NHIS. Will you agree with Ghanaians that paying more taxes to the government is not the solution to our problems, but what government does with the money? Because when people pay 2.4 billion cedis, expecting that will be spent on their roads, When people pay 4.6 billion Ghana cedi, thinking that goes into education. When people pay 4.6 billion Ghana cedi, thinking that goes to the running of NHIS, but only half of that money goes into those activities. Will you say, or will you agree with Ghanaians who feel that giving more money to government only gives them the opportunity to spend on things that doesn't matter to Ghanaians, but what government considers a priority?
Mr. Chairman, I'm yet to see any government that has fully disbursed what is collected for any earmarked funds. Because we know that money is fungible, and therefore no government has been able to fully disburse monies collected for a particular fund. But as far as the minister knows that there are arrears as a result of the fact that monies have not been fully disbursed, and efforts are being made year in, year out to clear those arrears, I think that the governments are doing what they are supposed to be doing.
No, there's a difference. I heard somebody saying it's an irrelevant question, but he didn't say it to the mic, so I forgive him. The point is this. I'm saying that the government acknowledges collecting 4.6 billion cedis as get fund, but has already decided that we will only spend 2.5 billion cedis on get fund. So it is not as if they are going to repay the remainder at a particular time in the future. They collect 4.6 billion and spend only half of that on get fund. So it is not as if Ghanaians are not paying enough taxes already. They are paying the taxes, but government year after year is not using the monies they are collecting for the purposes for which they are collecting the money.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know this for a fact. I stand to be educated on that.
I make reference to the budget statement, Appendix 3C, 2023 budget, Appendix 3C, and Appendix 3B. So you could check for yourself. But since you said you don't know, we can move on. I heard you talk about having an experience in raising local bonds. To be honest, I am not a finance person, but anytime I hear bonds, it drives shivers through my bones, because the current finance minister believes raising bonds could solve our problems. Let me ask you, when it comes to raising future bonds, whose decision is it going to be? Is it going to be the finance minister's decision, since you also have an experience in raising bonds? Whose decision is it going to be as to whether we raise bonds or not?
It will be the decision of government.
Your ministry, I don't think that Greek minister raises bonds. The finance ministry raises bonds. Who at the ministry will be making that decision?
The president is the chief executive of the country. He has ministers, he has advisors who works with him to be able to carry out the functions of state. And it is the government that has always taken decisions on what we do in this country. Thank you.
Honorable, your current boss suggested that he placed the gold for oil transaction, whatever you call it. Forgive me if I'm not reading out the right rendition, because I've not seen the document. Now, at least I trust him. He says you are the one in charge. He placed you in charge. What specific role did you play in the gold for oil deal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I facilitate meetings. I bring stakeholders together to develop the concept. I chair meetings to get reports from various agencies that are participating and to give guidance. And that is the role I have been playing.
Your role is organizing meetings and facilitating meetings.
If you want to say so, Mr. Chairman.
And you think this is a very important role that a deputy minister should be playing?
That has delivered petroleum products to Ghana at relatively competitive prices.
Couldn't a chief director or any director at the ministry be able to organize meetings?
Anybody could have done that, but I was privileged to be asked to do that, Mr. Chairman.
That would be a very expensive meeting organizer because the status and the conditions of your service. Yes, yes. No. Oh.
Other members, order. Please, allow.
Honorable, when I say that to make a deputy minister, because I said when I say that to ask a deputy minister in charge of organizing a meeting, it could be anybody, not necessarily you. I'm saying that in the condition in which we are as a country, a chief director or anybody could have done that. Will you agree with me?
Mr. Chairman, this gold for oil policy is an important policy of the government. And what are we there to do as ministers and deputy ministers? We are there to provide leadership. And so I thought that you understood the context. If I said I facilitate meetings, I chair meetings, I bring stakeholders together to discuss, that is leadership. I'm providing leadership, and that is the role a deputy minister or minister is supposed to provide to this country.
Honorable, if you are approved, you will be serving at the Ministry of Finance. Do you know what the policy rate is today? What the inflation is today? What the rate at which banks are lending between each other today? Can you tell us what those rates are today?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have those figures before me, Mr. Chairman.
But interestingly, you said earlier that inflation has come down. In a few minutes, so how come you don't know, have any figure to mention?
Inflation had gone to somewhere 55%. Today it's about 54%. But I'm saying that I don't have the figures with me, and I don't want to say anything which is wrong before this important committee.
So the one you mentioned is not specific.
You asked so many about interest rates. I'm not sure
the
inflation,
the inflation.
remember.
No, it's not. Okay. We don't calculate. I'm not sure the Statistical Service reports inflation on daily basis. So it's periodic data they provide. So I was expecting him to tell me the latest data on inflation. I wasn't expecting him to tell me as of as of today will be the last one that has been published. That is what I expect. My last question, with regards to government's method of domestic debt restructuring, would you say they would have, if you were given the opportunity to advise, you would have considered other ways of engaging stakeholders on some issues differently?
Mr. Chairman, there can always be improvement in the way we engage with people, especially stakeholders that are to be affected by policy. And so I know that there have been engagements, there have been consultations with stakeholders. If the level of consultations were considered not enough, there can always be improvement. And so, yes, if there is need for further consultations or engagement, I would have done that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, a moment ago, Honorable Suhini referred to a statement you made when you were addressing some students you were lamenting about economic development in the north. I have had a look at the Constitution. I'll read a portion of what I read aloud, and I would want to ask you to situate your views in, within the context of what I'll read to you. Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, Article 36(1) 2D reads, and I would do so in extenso. The state shall take all necessary action to ensure that the national economy is managed in such a manner as to maximize the rates of economic development and to secure the maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness of every person in Ghana, and to provide adequate means of livelihood and suitable employment and public assistance to the needy. 2D. The state shall in particular take all necessary steps to establish a sound and healthy economy whose underlying principles shall include D. Undertaking even and balanced development of all regions and every part of each region of Ghana, and in particular, improving the conditions of life in the rural areas, and generally redressing any imbalance in development between the rural and the urban areas. So, is it your case that that lamentation was founded on this constitutional provision?
Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier, I don't remember all the questions by me, but I appreciate your point, and I agree with you. That should be the basis for the development of our country. Balanced development is important.
So what I'm saying is that any lamentation of underdevelopment coming from you is well founded in the Constitution, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Correct. So it doesn't matter the words used, but the core of it, is the development.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So now let's deal with taxation. Proud to the coming into office of the Nana Akufo-Addo government, we had a certain tax regime, which tax regime was headed by Honorable Sete, with Honorable Atsu as his key deputy on those fiscal policies. Now, when Nana Akufo-Addo came into office, a number of taxes were either repealed, or the quantum or the percentage or the amount Ghanaians were paying were reduced. I can recall that so far the major fiscal policy by way of introduction of a tax or a levy is a e-levy. That is the major one I can recall. Suffice to state that we have the sanitation levy. Would you say that the burden on Ghanaians by way of taxation has significantly reduced under the Nana Addo government?
Mr. Chairman, I have not done analysis of the comparative analysis of the tax burden. But if I have to be specific, I'd like to speak about the petroleum taxes that I'm familiar with. The excise tax on petroleum products was one of the taxes abolished. The special petroleum tax, which was around 17.5%, was reduced to 15 and further to 12. And so I've done analysis of the impact on petroleum prices, and I can say with authority that the tax burden on petroleum prices reduced from some 32% to 24%.
So let's now go to electricity. Electricity. You may recall that around 2015-2016, Ghanaians were lamenting on the cost of electricity. The then president publicly admitted that indeed it was expensive to produce electricity, therefore reducing the tariffs was going to be very difficult. In opposition, the MPP led by Nanado stated publicly that should the party win, it was going to reduce electricity tariffs. True to this, there were major announcements regarding electricity tariffs being reduced. Households getting between 15 to 20%, industry and bulk purchases getting between 30 to 32%. To what extent would you say these significant tariff reduction helped the Ghanaian, ordinary Ghanaian to save money?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, before the major reduction in tariffs that you are talking about, 17% and up to 24% for industry, 17% for residential. That was significant. But even before then, even before those major reductions in tariffs were done, there were initial reductions in tariffs, consistent with the promise the MPP made. Upon assumption of office, the public lighting levy was reduced, I think from 5% to 2%. The National Electrification Scheme levy was reduced from 5% to 3%. Those were the initial reductions in tariffs, consistent with the promise. But the tariffs were still higher, relatively higher. Cost of electricity was high. And when we negotiated gas prices successfully down from what we inherited, we were having gas prices of about $9.8 per million BTU. We successfully negotiated that to $6.09 per million BTU. That then created the opportunity, the room for the second reduction that you talked about. And this was to reduce further the cost of production so that industries could be able to produce at affordable, at lower prices, and then the inflationary pressures could be reduced as well.
So in real terms, these interventions help the ordinary Ghanaian. But for this, and considering the economic situation we find ourselves, the ordinary Ghanaian would have been worse off in terms of electricity tariffs, correct?
Indeed, Mr. Chairman, before then, electricity tariffs in Ghana were the highest in Africa, even higher than that of South Africa, which was largely relying on coal. And so, Mr. Chairman, to have such major reduction in tariffs certainly provided significant relief. Subsequently, there were some upward adjustment in tariffs, but on a net basis, it is a reduction.
So, would you agree with me if I say that the ordinary Ghanaian has not received sufficient explanation regarding this major intervention for proper appreciation of government support? Because of the explanation you're giving to us now. Maybe I'll give you a little background. All of us are complaining, okay? And we complain perhaps in absolute terms. Now, in relative terms, you've just explained to us that the burden on the ordinary Ghanaian prior to 2017, if these interventions had not come. My point is, as a government, don't you think that we have not explained sufficiently this major intervention to the ordinary Ghanaian for appreciation?
Mr. Chairman, I think that there is room for improvement in the way we communicate our interventions to Ghanaians.
So now let's come to our lights. Our lights are on. And the reality is that we are in an economic crisis. I watch the international cables, and South Africa is having serious doomso. Mighty Nigeria is having doomso. In Ghana, households, industry do not go through that daily challenge. You are at the Ministry of Energy. Can you share with Ghanaians the secret behind this success?
Mr. Chairman, I am very happy, and I believe the people of Ghana are happy that the lights are on. That is the least any government can do for industry, for its people. Because we know the devastation caused to economies and to living standards when you do not have reliable supply of power. Mr. Chairman, indeed, when it comes to reliability in power, I saw figures only 2 days ago suggesting that as far as the duration of outages and the frequency of outages are concerned, ECG is doing better than the benchmarks set by the PURC. So the lights are not just on, but they are also reliable to the extent that duration of outages has reduced below the PURC benchmark, and the frequency of outages has also fallen below PURC's benchmarks. So, Mr. Chairman, this is so much for the Ghanaian and so much for industry. If you want to know the cost of outages, lights off, go back to the Dumso era. Go to Nigeria, go to South Africa, go to Zambia. You will feel the impact of having outages. And to the extent that we have invested in this, one of the reasons our debt levels are high, I mentioned, is the crystallization of the energy sector arrears. And so that investment did not just go down the drain. It went to empower our electricity network to enable us to provide the lights. And this is why the lights are on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right. So, sir, Mr. Chair, the nominee has made reference to transformative policies that lead to economic growth. One of such interventions was the introduction of the SADA initiative on guinea fowl rearing, the commercialization of the guinea fowl business. And in 2013, when SADA appeared before Finance Committee, it indicated that its government had invested over 200 million cedis in the guinea fowl business, and then government had again invested heavily in tractor for the farmers, importation of tractors. It gave a figure of 19 million cedis. Now, again, the chief executive of SADA told the Finance Committee that they had experienced some challenges, which challenges eventually, we all know, that led to a policy failure by way of implementation. Would you agree with me that The failure of this policy, including all the monies that the state lost, has affected development in the areas in the north that were to benefit from this laudable initiative?
Mr. Chairman, the 3 northern regions and the central region are the most deprived in our country. And so
we don't have 3 northern regions now.
Now we have the 5 northern regions.
Northeast,
Yes.
Upper East, Upper
Yes.
West, Savannah, North.
Yes. So 3 northern regions then, plus central region. Now 5 northern regions and central region are the most deprived. And various documents of government will prove this. Therefore, any PESWA allocated to support development in these areas that has not been spent well is tantamount to murder. Mr. Chairman, that is murder. Because any development will help improve on the living conditions of people, reduce malnutrition, improve the health, services provided to the people, provide education for the children, and generally improve on the conditions of life. And so to the extent that any resources, whether under Nkrumah or under President Mahama or under Nana Akufo-Addo, that is not spent well to improve on the living conditions of the people, Mr. Chairman, I think it is problematic.
So tell us some of the interventions by this government since 2017 in the 5 northern regions, which you consider very transformative.
Mr. Chairman, the most...
Chairman, he keeps saying 5 northern regions. 5 regions in the north, but I know 5 northern regions.
I agree with you.
But he has answered that question. The records has them. So kindly ask another question, please.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Now, throughout this process of vetting, one thing has been consistent: the debt situation. First of all, you will agree with me that the free SHS policy aimed at reducing burden on parents to use their income to finance secondary education, especially poor parents, which costs government has taken over and has been funding it fully since 2017, add on to our debt burden. You'd agree with me?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you would agree with me that this is a necessary intervention to create equity so that the poor can also have access to secondary education, especially areas in the 5 regions in the north.
Mr. Chairman, this is the most revolutionary development intervention in the north because it has sought to democratize education. So gone were the days when access to secondary education was based on ability to pay. You will agree with me that areas that are most deprived will certainly not be able to get the access because money was the basis for determining whether you got access or not. And so I describe that as democratizing education because money is no longer the determinant of having access to secondary education. And throughout the world, countries that have higher access rates of secondary education, basic to secondary education, are countries that have developed faster. And so I will not be surprised over the next 10 years, our development trajectory will not be the same as it is today.
So let's deal with your boss, the one you are going to work with, should you be approved. Do you think that there's any justification for his being singled out for blame in the situation we find ourselves post-COVID?
Mr. Chairman, I've earlier indicated that the increased levels of our debts were caused by events beyond the control of nations. Nations, not even personalities. COVID could not have been caused by the minister. The energy sector arrears that we had to pay were coming from mostly contracts that were not signed even under the MPP government. I'm talking about the purchase agreements that impose on us onerous excess capacity payments. You know that you sign a power purchase agreement and the agreements are take or pay agreements. Once they declare availability, then you have to pay for it, whether you use it or you don't use that. Unfortunately, whilst you have such a contract, you have not incorporated the cost of taking capacity or paying for capacity that you are not using. You have not incorporated that into the tariffs. And so who pays for that? That accumulates and accumulates as arrears and debts that government had to pay. Because we all heard the Association of the Independent Power Producers threatening to shut down their plants. Okay, and government has to pay. And so, Mr. Chairman, this minister could not have been held responsible for that. Then also, let me add that you negotiate a take or pay contract. And in that contract, you take responsibility for supply of fuel. What it means is that you have guaranteed availability just by taking on the responsibility for supply of fuel. And so if a power plant says, I don't have fuel, but the plant is available, I'm available, it means that whatever cost you are paying for the non-utilization of that capacity is a cost to the country. And these are costs that have accumulated and burdened government. At some time, the legacy debt, $2.4 billion that we inherited, became about $4 billion because of the accumulation of these arrears. The minister could not have been held responsible for this. And so I think that we need to come together as a country. We are afflicted by challenges, and we need to work together, the majority and the minority side, and all the people of Ghana, to bring our country to the path of recovery and accelerated growth and development.
All right, so let's go then to the debt exchange program. Your few thoughts on that. You know, the views out there are that as a result of mismanagement, government is now in default, and as a result, this debt exchange program is being introduced. Obviously, government holds it. With the opportunity now, would you explain to the ordinary Ghanaian in simple language what we stand to benefit from this debt exchange program? Is government doing this in good faith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think the government has explained over and over why we have had to go to the IMF for an IMF-supported program. And to be able to access the program, there are conditions that we have to meet. One of these is debt sustainability. And this is the result. This is the reason we have to do the debt operation. The debt operation is necessary because when government borrows to develop our country, we all stand to benefit. And so when government calls on all of us to make sacrifices in order for us to achieve the debt sustainability levels the IMF has negotiated with us, I think it is just right that we show our patriotism, our nationalism. And this is why I think that this debt operation will help assuage the economic pain when the economy recovers as a result of the support we are going to get from the IMF. But it's not just the IMF, because there is what we call the catalytic effect. When the IMF approves, the board approves, and the IMF starts disbursing, you will have other financing assurances, other flows coming from other bilateral, multilateral partners. And that together, I believe, will put our economy on the path to recovery.
So what do you think government should do differently to earn the trust of the ordinary Ghanaian in this effort?
I believe that the people of Ghana will soon see the impact, the benefits of the programs we are implementing. I believe so. And I have always trusted in the Ghanaian. I have always trusted the Ghanaian. When the Ghanaian sees the truth, they acknowledge it. And so when conditions are changing, the economy is recovering, inflation is going down, interest rates are coming down, and then businesses are getting more credit facilities, more roads are built, more schools are built, etc., etc., the trust of the Ghanaian will be reassured.
Okay, so now let's deal with this, your game changer policy. I call it the game changer policy. This innovative policy of government called the gold for oil policy. You know, the preemption clause in the Mining and Minerals Act, which has not been triggered before until now, allows government to have the first right of purchase to enable it build up its reserves. Now, how do you assure us that you will take steps to sustain this all important game changer policy? Because it's been in our books. We've enacted on it. We've not taken advantage of it. And now you have lifted what I call a veil of ignorance on such an important enactment, which is going to have an economic benefit. Of course, it's been misconstrued. People say all manner of things about it, but you believe in it. How must we feel assured that this will be sustained for real gains by way of the reserve being...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the sustainability of this policy depends on how much gold the Bank of Ghana buys. And I have spoken to the players in the gold industry, the Chamber of Mines, PMMC, and I've even engaged some of the small-scale miners. And I have seen documents and engaged with the Ministry for Lands and Natural Resources. And I'm convinced that Ghana has enough gold. Ghana has so much gold to last us into the next 2 decades, if not more. Mr. Chairman, as far as we have enough gold, the Bank of Ghana has started implementing that policy. And until they change that policy of buying gold, we will continue to have gold. And once we have enough gold, the policy will be sustained.
So, Chair, my last point for the day. Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Nominee, do you feel disturbed by the fact that you are not going to be considered on merit, especially by the minority side of this house? Because they've already declared, even prior to your coming here, that they are not going to approve of your nomination. They are not, Napo, please. They are not going to approve of your nomination. On this table, it's been clear through a statement issued by their General Secretary. They've held a press conference. Their explanation is that, to them, the size of government must reduce. And their definition of size of government is only limited to government appointees or political appointees. They are not looking at size of government to include the public service structure. They are not looking at it. They are looking at the political appointees, ministerial appointees, in those simplistic terms. Do you feel disturbed that they are not going to look at your competence, your merit? Because there's no doubt on my mind that you have risen to eminence by merit, which requires the respect of everybody. Are you disturbed by that political posture?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not disturbed, and this is the reason I'm not disturbed. I have very good colleagues on the minority side, and we have cooperated, we have worked together. In fact, even on the finance committee, my best friend on the committee is the minority leader.
Chairman, Chair, just a second. Honorable Nominee, please pay attention to me. It is not about relationship now. It's about an order, a three-line whip that go and vote against him, irrespective of. So I'm saying that in spite of your brilliance, in spite of you demonstrating to Ghanaians that a young, dark-born boy, a Muslim who has gone through the mill, a mayor, student leader, I mean, we know your records. I was at UCC, and you know, we know your records there. You inspired us into student leadership.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm saying
but this is ethnocentric. This is whipping up religious sentiments. This is whipping up religious sentiments and etc. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable on national television before this committee.
So, Mr.
Speaker, he has to withdraw this.
What I'm saying is that, are you worried?
He has to withdraw this, Mr. Speaker.
In spite of what you bring to the table, you are. Wait, let me reiterate your background.
You have asked a question. He was. Can I have some order? Now the leaders are complaining, refusing to assist me to manage the house. But now they are complaining left and right. You have asked the question. You was answering. Yes. All these embellishments, it comes to the same thing. Can you continue answering the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the point I was developing was that I have worked with some of our colleagues on the minority side, and I know that in that relationship, I've come to respect a lot of them because they have considered issues, one issue after another, on merit. And so, having the opportunity to examine me and having known my experience and my expertise, I believe that even though the party has issued a statement, I believe that the honorable colleagues who know me very well, who have examined me, who I know in most cases have considered issues on the basis of merit, they will reconsider that decision.
Mr. Chair, yes. Compliment. I'm not asking a question. Mr. Chair, Thank you for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, I have a statement. Okay, sure. Chairman, thank you. Then you will deal with that. Honorable nominee, I have gone through your CV, and you have stated in clear terms who you are and what you bring on the table. From your CV, you have given your own background as a Dogomba man. From your CV, you have stated that you are. Your CV, you've given us your educational qualification. I therefore have no doubt.
All this before. It is. We all have copies. Kindly come to your. Please don't return to those.
So it's clear to me, therefore, that you have all that it takes to deliver on the mandate that Mr. President has bestowed on you. Congratulations, and I wish you many more accomplishments in your political career, sir.
Thank you.
Chairman,
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, do you believe in ethnocentrism and religious extremism? Do you believe in that?
I'm a Ghanaian.
And do you believe that Ghana is made up of various tribes and various religions?
That is what I meant, because we have multi-ethnic country, multi-religious country, but our constitution recognizes us as Ghanaians, and I am a Ghanaian.
So we see ourselves as one Ghana, not tribes.
We have tribes, but we have a common purpose as citizens of Ghana.
So you don't believe in ethnocentrism, as I said, or you believe in it?
I've answered that, Mr. Chairman.
You did not answer my question.
I don't believe that. I said I'm a Ghanaian. The Constitution does not promote ethnocentrism. Ethnocentrism doesn't mean we don't have ethnic groups. We have ethnic groups. I'm a proud Dagomba man, and I'll defend that bank anytime. So my identity cannot be taken away from me. But I'm saying that we have a common purpose as Ghanaians. And the fact that our constitution says we should see ourselves as one, I see myself as such. That's what I meant by I'm a Ghanaian.
Yes, we all belong to various tribes. I'm a Fanti man and a proud as such. I want to find out from you, do you also believe in religious extremism?
I'm a Muslim, but my religion tells me La ikrahu fid din. In the Quran, La ikrahu fid din. That's what the Quran says, no compulsion in religion. So Islam is a tolerant religion, and I'm very tolerant of other religions or sects.
Throughout your political life, have you ever read any release from the NDC talking about religious extremism?
I'm not aware. I haven't.
Honorable colleague, you are a member of parliament in the northern part of Ghana. Have you ever heard of missing tricycles that got missing as part of the Northern Development Authority? Have you ever heard of that?
I have. I've ever heard of that, but I don't know the details.
You have. And that tricycles that has ties that cannot fry cannot be found.
I don't know the details, as I said, Mr. Chairman.
Are you also aware
that some Galamsey excavators were found missing in Ghana?
Oh, I read a lot and heard from the media about it.
Honorable colleague, I now take you to policy. I have with me a document from the Ministry of Finance, signed by Ken Ofori-Atta, Minister. And the letter is addressed to the Minister of Energy, addressed to independent power producers, and the VRA. It reads, dated 13th of February 2023. That's it. I've showed it to the chairman. The headline, government commitment to honor outstanding payment due independent power producers. And I read the first paragraph. It says, this ministry has taken note of the accumulating arrears and outstanding liabilities into bracket arrears owed to you and the operational challenges faced by independent power producers. The arrears are a critical part of government stock of arrears and outstanding debt obligations, the resolution of which remains a key element to be addressed as part of government engagement with the IMF for a program that is now at the staff level agreement SLA stage. It goes on to say in 2 that the ministry wished to bring this to the attention of the IPPs. 1, that the recent announcement of an external debt payment standstill. 2, government launch of external debt restructuring process, which was initiated by the signing of the G20 Common Framework with a view to ensuring the orderly treatment of government external debt obligation. 3, the ongoing domestic debt exchange program. 4 says this, government has rolled out structural reforms aimed at generating sufficient cash to ensure payment in line with your respective power purchase agreement. These measures include, but are not limited to, the following. 1, PURC tariff increase in September 2022 by an average of 27%. 2, PURC implementation of the quarterly tariff adjustment in the last quarter of 2022, resulting in a tariff increase of 29.96%. Honorable nominee, between September to the end of December 2022, government has increased electricity tariffs 2 times, 27% and 29.9%, so together 57%. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, Mr. Chairman.
The letter goes on to say,
but Mr. Chairman, can I add that if you said government, you need to explain, because the PURC is independent of government, and the PURC announced those adjustments. When I talked about significant reduction in tariffs, I explained that the government negotiated gas prices down, which created room for reduction in tariffs. It was not the government, but PURC. But the reduction had to be done because the government facilitated that by negotiating gas prices down, which is an important input in determining tariffs for electricity. So that was the role the government did, but it is the PURC that sets tariffs.
Are you aware that under the previous regime, it's the same PURC that increased the tariffs?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of that.
So it was the PURC
in your words, that made Ghana electricity prices higher in the entire Africa, not the government then.
Because PURC tariffs are based on government interventions. And so to the extent that the governments in the past had not made interventions that warranted the tariffs to be moderated or decreased, the government has complicity in that as well.
Okay, today this letter says that the PURC will review their tariffs quarterly. So that means every quarter the electricity prices may go up, correct?
That is not that straightforward. The quarterly adjustment is based on what we call the automatic tariff adjustment. And there are factors that determine that. One of the factors, if you care, is the generation mix. So when you have hydro versus thermal, you know that government is negotiating the capacity charges for most of the power purchase agreement. And so when we are successful and the cost of the thermal component goes down, there is no way the automatic tariff adjustment will go up.
In fact,
when fuel is another factor, and so to the extent that we are able to stabilize fuel prices, there is no way the tariff will go up. So it doesn't mean that there will be upward adjustment every quarter. It depends on the movement in the variables that some of which I have talked about.
Okay, so in fact, the letters goes on to say that the power purchase agreement renegotiation with IPPs with a view of restructuring PPAs, power purchase agreement, and reducing power generating costs. Are you aware that in the year 2019, Parliament of Ghana approved for the government to borrow an amount of $1 billion to renegotiate the same PPAs, of which the government was successful in raising the money?
I'm not aware, Mr. Chairman.
I'm stating it as a matter of fact that in the year 2019, this Parliament, Finance Committee that I used to be the ranking member, approved for the government to borrow and still ranking member until the selection committee sits and then make the necessary changes. Approved for the government to borrow an amount of $1 billion, in which the government borrowed that amount. So my question is, between 2019 to 2023, why is it that this renegotiation has not been done?
Mr. Chairman, I've already indicated that I am not aware. I was on the Finance Committee with you then. I wasn't a member of Parliament. So, sincerely, I am not aware. But if you're saying that, why should the negotiations not be concluded by now? Negotiations take longer sometimes. You just don't conclude negotiations when you are not satisfied with the terms of the negotiation.
3 years.
And so it would take us longer than 3 years to get us a good deal. Mr. Chairman, why not? We should support that.
Honorable Amin Anta, the $1 billion that the government of Ghana borrowed from the international capital market cannot be found in any of the government accounting. Going to the Ministry of Finance, can you convince me that you will take it as a tax to show us where that $1 billion is?
Mr. Chairman, there is Minister for Finance, and I'm just wondering if this should not be a question directed at him.
Honorable nominee, the same document before me says in paragraph 5, under the third line, and it says, in respect of the arrears owed to the IPPs, government will arrange with IPPs under the ongoing debt restructuring exercise with a view to restructure their arrears in a manner consistent with government debt target of 55% NPV of debt to GDP, and external debt servicing of 18% of revenue by 2028. What this letter is telling us is that the arrears that you owe, government of Ghana owes to these IPPs, are also going to go through debt restructuring and a possible haircut. Are you concerned that this can result into a possible power outage because these IPPs may react in a bad way?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding from what you read is that there will be debt restructuring with the IPP's debt. I understand that. But to say that because their debts will be restructured, it will lead to power shortfalls or power shortage, I do not agree. Because what are we trying to do? We're trying to recover our economy through painful decisions such as the debt restructuring. And the power IPPs, they want to operate in an economy that is working. If the country collapses, there will not be IPPs. And so I don't think that just because of restructuring, they are going to shut down their plants. They are not going to shut down those plants, to the best of my knowledge. And so I don't agree with you that it leads to power shortage.
Honorable colleague, the IPPs provided a service to the government of Ghana. Government of Ghana has an obligation to pay them the service that they rendered. An attempt not to pay them the amount due them, but rather to negotiate in a manner that will result in a very crude haircut may result into a possibility of them reacting in a bad way.
Mr. Chairman, I am assuming that Rankin already knows what will be the outcome of the negotiations that are yet to commence. But for me, I don't know because the negotiations have commenced. But what I do know is that there is no serious IPP who will say that because of debt restructuring, I'm going to shut down my plant. I don't see that happening. Moreover, we have built some buffers as a result of our conservation policy. Akosombo is not fully utilized because of our conservation policy. And so where you are likely to get a shortfall, you step up how much you take from Akosombo. For example, Bui is a peaking plant, but our history has shown that it has been used in off-peak periods. When there is need to take such drastic decisions, we will do that. We also have state IPPs, state-owned IPPs. Senate is owned by SNIT. We have the Pone Thermal Plant. We have the Tema Thermal Plant 1 and 2, which belong to the state. And so what we will need to do is to continue to find the money for fuel procurement, which we have done successfully, to bring our plants into operation if there is any shortfall at all associated with an IPP taking a decision to shut down its plant. But I don't see any IPP doing that.
Okay, I can only caution, and we'll wait to see what will happen. I hope and pray that it will not be the same way that we saw pensioners picketing at the Ministry of Finance. But back to debt restructuring that you mentioned. Ghana's public finance architecture provides enough legal and regulatory framework to guide the management of our public debt. For example, if you take the Constitution in Article 182, it defines what debt is, what public debt is. Energy bond, ESLA bond, do you think it's public debt or not a public debt?
Mr. Chairman, under the IMF DSA approach, it's considered public debt.
Sino-Hydro loan, do you consider it as a public debt or not a public debt?
Under the IMF DSA approach, it's considered a public debt.
The Atsu bond, do you consider it as public debt or not a public debt?
My answer is same. Under the IMF debt sustainability approach, it's considered a public debt.
So will you agree with your minister when he decided not to classify this as a public debt?
I did not classify them as public debts on the basis of my minister's approach. I mentioned IMF DSA approach.
So between your minister's approach and that of IMF's approach, which one will you support?
The context is important, Mr. Chairman. The context is important. If for the sake of the IMF debt sustainability negotiations we have done, I'll support the IMF approach. Otherwise, I support the minister's approach.
Honorable colleague, let me read Article 182 to you. The public debt of Ghana shall be charged on the consolidated fund and other public funds of Ghana. It goes on to say that for the purposes of this article, the public debt shall include interest on that debt, sinking fund payment, and redemption money in respect of that debt and the cost, charges and expenses incidental to the management of that debt. ESLA bond is paid using taxes that is approved by the Republic of Ghana. The collections goes into the consolidated fund. It goes to the consolidated fund before it is disbursed for the servicing of the debt. Sino-Hydro, the intention was for you to use royalties. The revenue accruing from royalties, it is public money, and its payment goes into the consolidated fund before you disburse. Dache bond, the disbursement is coming from VAT that is levied on ordinary Ghanaians. Its repayment goes into an account before Get Fund pays. You can call it VAT or Get Fund levy. The value is the same. You still use the Value Adders Act to implement it. I want to ask you that the Constitution in Article 182 states clearly what constitutes a public debt. From your understanding, do you still stand that it is right for our minister responsible for finance not to classify this as public debt in the first place?
Mr. Chairman, I'm familiar with ESLA debt. That ESLA debt is sitting in a private concern, ESLA PLC. And so if you convince me that it is not sitting in the accounts of ESLA PLC, which is a private concern, then I will be surprised. The others, I don't have much information to comment on them, Mr. Chairman.
You can create a nomenclature and use it as if it is private money. But the truth is, the liability is a guarantee of your tax revenue. The truth is, it is your tax revenue that you will use in servicing that debt. Going into the Ministry of Finance as a minister responsible for finance at the Ministry of Finance, I want to find out, learning from what the IMF has done by reclassifying this debt as public debt, anytime you borrow, will you comply with the requirement under the IMF DSA or not?
Mr. Chairman, this is a decision for the government to take. I go to Ministry of Finance, my role will be defined for me. I'm not going to take that decision. It's a decision the government will take. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
You will be the #1 advisor to the minister responsible for finance as a Minister of State. As a Minister of State, you will be the most closest if appointed. And certainly your ideas will be sought. I want to know from you what you would think.
Mr. Chairman, it's a decision the government will take. And I'm not the only advisor who will be listened to. Government will consult broadly before arriving at such a decision.
That if government of Ghana had classified this debt as public debt earlier, we would have known that our debt is becoming unsustainable and we could have remedied the situation earlier.
But at all material time, they were not classified as government debts until the IMF insisted that under their DSA, government debts, publicly guaranteed debts, partial publicly guaranteed debts should all be included, including contingent liabilities. If the IMF hadn't done that, I believe we would have continued with the, yes.
The ESLA bond was not in existence when NDC was in office. Sino-Hydro was not in existence when NDC was in government. Dache was not in existence when NDC was in government. Cocoa board liabilities of 1 billion Ghana cedis was classified in the 2014 DSA, so it has always been part. In the year 2023, cocoa board liabilities now 14 billion, from 1 billion to 14 billion, still not classified as part of the public debt. If you are to aggregate all of this debt put together, Ghana's public debt is now, according to the Minister of Finance, 103.7% of GDP, equivalent to, it's like a meter band. A radio, according to NAPO, it's like a radio station, our public debt now.
Yes.
No, Mr. Chairman, he did not ask a question. He made a statement.
He made statements, yes.
Honorable colleague, apart from the contribution provisions, if you are to look at the Public Financial Management Act, PFM Act, if you look at the PFM Act, my colleague it looks like he's becoming a little bit out of date because he said the PFM Act has been repealed. It hasn't been repealed. The PFM Act is one of the best laws you can get in this country. So first, the Public Financial Management Act also assists the Minister of Finance and ensures that the Ministry of Finance must comply with what we call debt sustainability analysis. Section 16B of the PFM Act, I. Then Section 22 of the PFM Act, Section 54(2)B of the PFM Act, all mentions the need for the minister responsible for finance to conduct a periodic annual debt sustainability analysis. Honorable nominee, what is the reason why Ghana is in such a mess?
Mr. Chairman, I don't understand. Are you saying because the debt sustainability analysis have been done every year as provided for by the law, Ghana is in a mess? I don't understand.
I'm saying that the architecture of Ghana's financial laws provides the minister responsible for finance enough buffers to see crisis ahead of time and for the minister to act appropriately before the crisis is blown out of proportion. So I want to find out from you, is it that the minister did not comply with the laws, or is it that...
Kindly reframe your question. What the minister did or did not do, he may
I
not
want
be
to
able
find
to
out from
answer.
you, Is it that these laws are not enough for the minister to be made aware of and to act, or what actually happened, if you have any idea as a member of government of the MPP administration?
Chairman, I think we have enough laws, but we have to pass laws as required by the circumstances of the time. And so if there is need tomorrow for a new law to come and address weaknesses in our existing laws, I think we need to pass that law. I know that there is no law that anticipates, that can tell what will happen tomorrow. Laws may provide for what to do when a disaster strikes, but no law can tell you when a disaster will strike. If there is any law in Ghana that saw COVID happening, I'll be happy to see that law.
If the government or the minister responsible for finance had conducted the debt sustainability analysis annually, we would have known that our debt became unsustainable 1 year ago, and probably we may have acted. So what will you do to help your minister comply with the provisions of the Public Financial Management Act 2016?
Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Finance as an institution has come to Parliament severally to present reports required to be done by law. And so I am hearing for the first time that the minister has not complied with the law as far as the conduct of DSAs are concerned. I'm going to add value. I'm going to contribute my quota. And if it is this that I will remind the Honorable Minister to do, I'll be happy to do that. Yeah.
Have you had a look at our fiscal framework?
Yes.
Are you impressed with our fiscal framework?
Our fiscal framework as of today is not impressive, and we all understand the circumstances that have led us this far. Before this, the fiscal framework was good. We were on course, but you never can tell what happens tomorrow, that you will have to undertake expensive fiscal adjustments that we are doing today.
Section 15E of the Public Financial Management Act requires of the minister responsible for finance to conduct annual fiscal risk statement for government. We are today seeing a fiscal that is not impressive, as you put it. Are you sure that if our minister had complied with the Public Financial Management Act 2016, we would have been, at least Ghana would have seen the risk ahead of time, and action probably may have been taken to remedy the situation?
Mr. Chairman, I'm unable to answer this because, as I said, I am not aware that the minister has not complied with the law.
So will it be that probably the minister complied and the government failed to take action? Is that what you are trying to say?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not able to answer this.
Can I ask another question?
Mr. Chairman, this is an important question. I'll reframe it. Mr. Chairman, is it possible that maybe the minister complied, sent it to cabinet, because the law requires that the minister must prepare it and take it to cabinet, and that maybe cabinet fails to take action?
Honorable Member,
can that be
Honorable, maybe he is not a member of cabinet, he was not at the ministry, so it is not fair to ask him this question, please.
Have you visited the Ministry of Finance?
I go to the Ministry of Finance many times.
No, since your appointment, since your nomination.
Yes, I attended a meeting there on behalf of the Minister for Energy at the Ministry of Finance.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the fiscal strategy document of the government of Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, I have not looked at it.
Have you had a look at the Public Financial Management Act?
Oh, I've read sections of the Public Financial Management Act.
And are you aware that the minister is supposed to prepare what we call the MTDS, Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy?
I've not read those sections of the law, Mr. Chairman.
Are you aware that Section 60 of the Public Financial Management Act requires of the minister to prepare annual borrowing plan in line with debt sustainability?
I've not read those sections of the law, Mr. Chairman.
Those of you at the Finance Committee, were you aware? Those of you at the Finance Committee, were you aware?
So, can you agree with me that all the provisions that I have listed from the Constitution and the Public Financial Management Act provides Ghana enough requirement to ensure that our fiscal will not be where it is and our debt will be sustainable?
I've said earlier that if there is any law that saw COVID happening, I'll be happy to see that law. And so as far as no law can do that, I'm wondering whether the minister would have, procured magic to know what was going to happen.
Honorable nominee, part of the reason why the cedi has depreciated in recent times is because of the reserves position, which has deteriorated significantly. Can you please explain to us what has accounted for this situation, despite the fact that IMF, within a period of 13 months, gave us $2 billion made up of $1 billion rapid credit facility and $1 billion of SDR, special drawing right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I know that IMF supported Ghana. You mentioned $2 billion. But, Mr. Chairman, we also lost so much in revenue. For example, because of COVID, we lost more than $2 billion in revenue. And so if the IMF has supported us, we should not just be looking at what has come in. Let's look at what has gone out, what we have lost. Apart from the revenue that we lost, we also had to spend. And so the net fiscal impact of COVID alone, close to $4 billion, if not more. And so, Mr. Chairman, the situation we find ourselves, as rightly said by him, could not be caused by us. If I make reference to the reserves that you talked about, 4.4 months import cover by end of December 2021, 2.7 months of import cover by end of December 2022. We know what caused it. As a result of the Russia-Ukraine war, the transmission effect of that war came through trade. And we know that food prices increased substantially. In fact, to the extent that the increase in food prices was a 30-year high. Petroleum prices also increased as a result of the logistical challenges occasioned by the war. And so, Mr. Chairman, this also heightened inflationary pressures. And it is not only Ghana that is trying to address the inflation. And so, if that affected our international reserves, because you have to continue to rely on your international reserves to support Ghana's international transaction as the cost of forex increased. And this is why our reserve has dwindled to about 2.7% to 2.7 months of import cover. So it is well known, unless you want to to doubt it. But this is the main reason, and we all know that. And it's not only Ghana. Last week, the IMF managing director was in Germany, Munich, security conference. She alluded to this, and particularly mentioned Ghana, that Ghana was doing well before this disaster and the war between Ukraine and Russia happened. And so it is well known why we are in this state. And we need to come together as a people, as a country, to take our country out of these challenges. And so we need your support, your contributions, and your expertise to enable all of us build our country together.
Honorable nominee, are you aware that the COVID virus was a pandemic and that it did not only affect Ghana?
I'm aware.
And that within our West Africa sub-region, Ghana is not the only country that saw COVID and lockdowns.
I agree.
Do you know the inflation rate for our neighboring country like Togo and Ivory Coast and Nigeria?
I've not looked at the data.
Do you know the of Togo, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, or any other country in West Africa?
I've not looked at it.
I entreat you to look at those numbers as a nominee to the Ministry of Finance, as a Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance.
But, Mr. Chairman, curious, I don't know the basis for this, but if it is to say that because COVID affected every country, and so Ghana should not be in this, I have enumerated a number of reasons beyond COVID why we have these problems. I talked about COVID, I talked about the energy sector areas, I talked about the financial sector cleaning. And so if your basis is COVID, then that is flawed to begin with. Secondly, the economic structure of Ghana is not the same as Togo or Ivory Coast. For example, when you have a pegged exchange rate, which is the practice in those countries, the response of your economy to international events will not be the same as a country that has flexible exchange rates such as Ghana. And so the structure is not the same. And so to make such analysis, Mr. Chairman, I think that we need to look at it again.
Mr. Chairman, I mentioned Nigeria. Is Nigeria's exchange rate pegged?
Order, please. Order. Mr. Chairman, Nigeria has a flexible exchange rate. But what is the size of Nigeria's economy? There are economies that can absorb shocks more than others. We are a small, open economy, and Rankin knows what I'm talking about. And we can't make such comparison. It will be very flawed.
So the only country in our sub-region that is not resilient to COVID shock or Ukraine shock is Ghana.
There are countries that have even experienced the shocks more than Ghana. And this is why I'm saying that if we want to compare the impact on different countries, what will be the basis? What models have we run? Because economic structures differ from one country to another.
Honorable nominee, have you perchance looked at Earmark Fund Capping and Realignment Act?
Mr. Chairman, I have not looked at it.
Are you aware of the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act?
I am aware of it.
Will you encourage your minister to continue with that act?
I think it is important to note that at the time this law came into being, we had cash flow problems. We inherited deficits that we needed to finance. The revenue was not much. And so government had to take innovative measures, including the earmarking of funds, the capping on the earmarked funds, which generated some revenue that the government used to be able to support the economy. I think that it is still necessary that we continue to rely on the revenue we generate from that. So I will not advise for the minister to stop the use of the law at this moment.
It was refreshing to hear from you this morning saying that Ghana should keep the Heritage Fund, in a question asked by Honorable Patrick Boama. I think it's Honorable Patrick Boama who asked you that question, yes, on the Heritage Fund. It was very refreshing to hear from you. But since your nomination to the Ministry of Finance, have you changed your position on the use of the Heritage Fund?
The question was whether the Heritage Fund should be spent. And I said, no, we need it. That was my answer.
So before your nomination, what was your position? Should it be spent or shouldn't be spent?
I never had contrary opposition on the Heritage Fund before my nomination.
It is refreshing to hear that from you. But Honorable
in fact, Mr. Chairman, the work I did for the government at that time, you may not know, but the minister then knew the contributions I made to the development of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. One of the features of that act, which I supported, and I brought examples from other countries, was the Heritage Fund and the Stabilization Fund. And so when Parliament decided to amend the law, the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, the Finance Committee went to Akwa Safari. I was invited both by the minister and the chairman of the Finance Committee because they knew the work I did when the law was being developed. And I attended to express, to provide further expertise leading to the amendments that we did to the law. And so I cannot support the Heritage Fund today that I did not support yesterday. I will not change my position on that.
What is Ghana's credit rating today with the 3 credit rating agencies?
Mr. Chairman, I've not looked at them before coming to the vetting.
Today Fitch don't put him in trouble. Today Fitch has downgraded Ghana to restrictive default. Today. Some of our colleagues have said that our credit rating is junk. Honorable Minister for Energy. I want to find out from you. What will you do differently to reverse Ghana's adverse credit rating?
Mr. Chairman, I have said earlier that my nomination to the Ministry of Finance as Minister of State is also to bring my expertise to support the Honorable Minister. And in whichever way that I will do this, I will be able to do that. I'm ready to do it. And so I will support the Minister in whichever way I can.
Honorable Nominee, in the 2023 budget, the Minister announced that the Ministry of Finance and the government owes contractors almost 40 billion Ghana cedis, arrests onto contractors and suppliers. I want to find out from you, if approved, what will you do to assist your ministers to ensure that these contractors are paid? Almost 40 billion Ghana cedis.
Mr. Chairman, I sometimes get worried when our colleagues, our friends say government should pay contractors. But at the same time, when government makes efforts to generate more revenue, then we say that government is overburdening the Ghanaian people. Our tax to GDP today is 13%, tax revenue to GDP, 13%, one of the lowest, even within our region. Okay? And so, Mr. Chairman, I don't think government is happy when government contractors. Because these are the people who are building the roads, who are building the hospitals. So to be able to do that, the minister has already announced a number of revenue measures in the budget, the same budget you are referring to. And I'll provide all the support I can for the minister to implement these revenue measures so we can generate more revenue to be able to pay the contractors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In the budget statement, the minister has increased expenditure from 2022 expenditure to 2023 expenditure by 82 billion cedis. 82 billion cedis additional expenditure over 2022. Don't you think it is right for the minister to reduce some of this expenditure and to use the proceeds to pay for this arrest instead of taxing the ordinary who's really struggling?
Mr. Chairman, I also know that in this budget, the minister has announced expenditure reducing measures as well. And so it doesn't mean that the minister is not worried about the debts owed to contractors. So whatever spending that is being done through this 2023 budget, I think is essential. You have difficulty sacrificing one aspect of our spending needs for another. And so I stand by my earlier proposition that we will have to generate more revenue. All of us will have to make the efforts. Ghanaians should pay their taxes so that we can be able to take on these bills, particularly from those who are helping us build the road network of our country.
Have you quantified the expenditure reduction measures and how much is it?
Mr. Chairman, I have not.
Can you mention some of the expenditure reduction measures in the budget?
Mr. Chairman, and in this I want to refer to the specific as provided in the budget. Migrate, number one, Mr. Chairman, and I'm referring to what was provided for in the budget.
You are referring to which paragraph in the budget?
I don't have the budget statement. I have an extract. Migrate all earmarked funds onto the GiveMix platforms and ensure they use the GiveMix platform to process all their revenue and expenditure transactions. Number two, continue with 30% cut in the salaries of the president, vice president, ministers, deputy ministers, etc. Place a cap on salary adjustment of SOEs to be lower than negotiated. Negotiate public sector wage adjustment within the context of burden sharing, particularly an ability to pay. Manage public sector hiring within budgetary constraints. MDAs and MMDAs and SOEs directed to reduce fuel allocations to political appointees and heads of MDAs, MMDAs, and SOEs by 50%. The directive applies to all methods of fuel allocation, including coupons, electronic cards, cheat system, and fuel depots. A ban is placed on the use of V8 or its equivalent, except for cross-country level. Only essential official foreign travels across government, including SOEs, shall be allowed. As far as possible, meetings and workshops should be held within the official environment of government facilities so that you do not go renting spaces in hotels. government-sponsored external training and staff development activities at the Office of the President, ministries and SOEs. And so there are a host of them that were provided for in the budget, in the 2023 budget, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, have you quantified these measures?
I've already answered that. I have not quantified the measure.
Do you know of the quantum of tax exemptions this country grant annually?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know. I haven't seen the data.
Will you agree with me that it is a major drain to our tax revenue?
I agree, Mr. Chairman. And this is why the government, I think, is bringing a bill. You know, yes, the bill is actually it's been passed into law, you know, to address this problem, Mr. Chairman.
And you agree with me that if we are to block these tax exemptions, our tax to GDP alone can go up by at least 2%.
I know that our tax to GDP will grow, but not sure about 2% because I haven't run any model.
Honorable nominee, you know there is a limit. There's a limit in which you can tax the ordinary Ghanaian.
I know, but what would be that limit, if you could help me?
You know that the ordinary Ghanaian is already paying inflation tax at 54%. Do you know that inflation is a tax, honorable nominee?
You may want to explain to me.
Inflation reduces the disposable income of the ordinary Ghanaian. And so the higher the inflation, like any tax, which reduces the disposable income, it is a tax.
I don't agree, Mr. Chairman.
Well, economists describe inflation as a tax, and inflation is a tax. You can Google it. You can Google it.
Mr. Chairman, I know that inflation reduces the value of money, but I don't know that inflation is a tax.
Honorable nominee.
So that if inflation is a tax in this country, Parliament has to approve taxes. Has inflation been approved by our Parliament?
Honorable nominee, inflation reduces the disposable income of any person. The higher the inflation is regarded as a tax by economists. Any fiscal economist will tell you that inflation is a tax. There are a number of literatures on it. There are a number of literatures on it. I'll call the literature.
Mr. Chairman, I will consult my brother for some material to understand this better. I will appreciate that.
Honorable nominee, to conclude on my vetting for today, to conclude. Well, I can do more. If you want more, I can do more.
No, the second file.
To conclude on your vetting for today. In view of the economic crisis we are facing as a country, what immediate expenditure cut would you recommend to government to signal to the ordinary Ghanaian that is made to endure inflation at 54%, to endure lending rate in the 40s? The very Ghanaian, the ordinary Ghanaian, who has to be called upon to contribute in terms of taxes. The very ordinary Ghanaian who has been called upon to shelve part of his or her interest on bonds and extension of the maturity of his or her bonds, what can government do immediately to signal burden sharing? To signal burden sharing.
Mr. Chairman, the Minister announced expenditure reducing measures in the 2023 budget. And the government has started implementing that immediately. And so I support fully those expenditure measures. But Mr. Chairman, we are not here because somebody has mismanaged the economy. We all know that even before COVID, our economy was on track. We were growing at an average of 6%. Inflation was low. Interest rates were low. We were investing in education, in energy, in health infrastructure. And therefore, the challenges that we are faced with as a country will not crash Ghana down. The President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is providing that strong leadership with policies that requires all of us to make sacrifices. Because when we are in good times, we all benefit. And when we are in bad times, it should be our responsibility as a nation to come together and work together to relieve the pain on our country. And so, I want to invite my colleagues on the other side and all Ghanaians to support our president, to bear with our circumstances in order for us to bring our economy back on track. This economy will recover. I see light at the end of the tunnel. And when this economy recovers, Ghanaians will know that they had strong leadership in this country. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Nominee. Honorable Nominee, you said this economy will recover. It is our hope that our economy recovers. And obviously, it is the benefit of all of us to get Ghanaian economy to recover. But you are in government today. You should lead the way. Signal to the people of Ghana that you are ready to do the heavy liftings and bear the consequences and not to cosmetically cover it. We are ready to assist government to fix it, providing the government of the day leads the way. I conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Finally,
Minority Leader, would you compromise?
we're all tired, but I'll ask two questions. The ranking member asked you that the finance minister has proposed expenditure of 83 billion cedis. Now, that 83 billion cedis broken down into the respective department, ministries, and agencies, does each one of them have sufficient allocation to perform the functions for which they are set up? Reading from the budget.
No, Mr. Chairman. And I can give examples from the Ministry of Energy, where our budget was cut and cut and cut because we don't have sufficient budget to meet all the needs of the ministries.
Now, one last question. The Vice Deputy Ranking asked the question that the 3-point-something billion is raised under Get Fund and others, and only that 4.6 billion, while only 2.8 is allocated as expenditure for from the Get Fund. What happens to the remainder?
Mr. Chairman, the minister did not state in the budget that the 2.4 or so that was going to be spent will mean that the other will not be recorded in the accounts of GET Fund. It will, but as arrears. And we know that arrears clearance does not start from now. Several earmarked funds have significant arrears. And to the extent that the government is committed to clearing those arrears as revenue flows increase, I think that the government is doing the right thing.
Thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. Thank you. Before I discharge you, unfortunately, I don't have all the names of the eminent chiefs that came to support you. But I wish to take advantage of this occasion to thank all of you. At least I've seen the regional minister. I wish I knew the names of the chiefs that came. But we thank all of you for coming to our support, the Honorable Anta. Honorable Suini is providing me some details, but because of what happened to me yesterday, I want to be careful. Who? Tamalewuna. Nah. Thank you very much. And I understand Mrs. is also behind you. Very well, Mrs. Thank you for coming to support. Well, thank you all. But other members, for the record, the Bank of Ghana has sent a statement to us, and he requests us to announce that the appointment of advisor to the Bank of Ghana by IMF is a technical agreement which has been ongoing for many years, and since 2015. So we should inform the public that the discussion here appeared to misinform the public. That is because of something that they are a technical advisor has been fed. But no, it is not true. It has been their practice all. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You are discharged now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the committee. Thank you.
Now,
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you face you can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.